password with
Trailblazer Poker Tour, brought to you by Texas Card House. Over $2 million in guarantees. First stop TCH Social Austin on October 16th through 28th, with 16 big events. The full schedule available now.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the 2-5 No Limit Hold'em stream game at TCH Houston. I am DT. I will be your solo commentator tonight. Wes is unfortunately out. He had a root canal today, so that's not fun, and I don't blame him for not wanting to talk after having that. But we have an action-packed lineup for you today. In seat 1, we have Sam. Seat 2, we have Hader. Seat 3, we have Greg. Seat 4, we have Ray. Seat 5, we have Peter. Seat 6, we have MF. Seat 7, we have Ty. Seat 8, we have Juicy. In seat 9, we have Levi, and I've been told to give Levi a special shout out. He is getting married soon. Oh, there I am, just looking at the players. Yeah. But congrats, Levi, and congrats to the bride-to-be. Once again, for everyone joining me, welcome to the TCH 2-5 stream. Should be a great action-packed game for y'all tonight. We already have the nit buttons passed out, which is awesome. For those of y'all watching that don't know, the way we play the nit game here at TCH Houston is everyone gets a little plaque, and when you win a hand, you lose, and you show it, you lose your nit button. The last person remaining with the nit button will owe $200 to the middle for a splash pot. I know some places do it differently, but we like the splash pot one here. And that's a hefty tax for being the nit, as we see the first hand for the stream. Ty defending with ace-4 offsuit, flopping the best hand. But Hader with his 2 overs and backdoor flush draw. Trying to get rid of his nit button. I don't think Ty's going to let this go. If Hader's betting with ace-highs and you want him to catch, you don't really need to turn this into a bluff. I think he's going to be firing this with air pretty frequently, so yeah. Ty makes the call. And that's a pretty... That might get Hader to shut down. Ty is it's gonna connect with a lot of Ty's hands that he's defending with here. It could also come down to who wants it most. I mean, the nit game, people just kind of show it with random stuff. Ty thinks this is better for him. He's gonna turn this into a bluff, I believe. If Ty has the best hand, he gets through. If Ty doesn't have the best hand, he's likely gonna fire a lot of rivers. I kind of like this. You don't really let Hader realize his equity, because he's gonna check his back with a lot of hands. So I don't mind lead out. And Ty gets rid of his nit button and wins the first hand of the stream. Should be a great game. Everyone buying in pretty deep. I believe there was some pre-stream action, which is why Ray's way out in front, as there always is. The stream game usually fires, gets 30 minutes to an hour of play time before the stream fires. So sometimes there's blood, sometimes there's not. Sometimes people are pretty tame, but I think there was blood. So Ray's sitting pretty whipped. Everyone else sitting around 2K. MF sitting at about 1. So a lot of play. I also do believe the $10 straddle is going to be on most of the time. And with the nit game on,
5 raises to 160.
Ace King is a pretty good premium. Oh, and Ty waking up with aces. One of the most active players at the table, probably. Ty's been on plenty of streams. Not to mention this one, but he's been on plenty of streams. He's known for being kind of a wild card. So I believe he's going to get action from Peter in this. That's a pretty big raise sizing too, without a nit button. Peter might just let this go. Ty doesn't have a nit button. I don't know if Peter's played a bunch with Ty or seen him play. I think all three options are kind of on the table. If you think Ty is getting super out of line, I like call. See a flop. Let him hang himself if you make a hand. Peter chooses that line. And this is kind of a disaster. I don't think Ty's gonna slow down. Based on their stack sizes, I imagine if Peter had kings or queens, he would put in another bet. So I imagine Ty's gonna bet this flop. Curious to see what sizing he chooses. Peter not having a nit button may make this hand easier for Ty to play. Like without the nit game on. Oh, it's a really small bet. Yeah, without the nit game on, this flop's kind of dangerous in this 4-bet pot. Peter could be slow playing kings or queens, but with the nit game on, Peter's going to be a lot wider. So Peter, the ace of spades in his hand too, loves having that card. And that's not good for Peter. That doesn't really change anything. So if Peter thinks his hand's the best hand, I don't think he will be folding. Ty and Peter both with only a pot-sized bet left. Setting a little trap / pot control in case Peter has kings or queens. I wouldn't mind see Peter checking back once again. There's not a lot you get value from. I mean, this board's just not good for either of these hands. Just yet them being strong. Ty might go for value. I don't think kings or queens checks back the turn. Unless Peter thinks Ty just has complete air, which I don't think he does. He might bet small. He could. What do I know? I imagine Ty's going to place out a bet here thinking he has the best hand. King, queen would have bet. Oh, Peter's going to pretty happily check this back, I think. There's not a lot of value in this. You have such tremendous showdown value, and you can really only get called by the same hand or better if you place a bet. Just the free showdown to look at to get rid of your nit button. Oh, Peter thinks that Ty would not check aces, so he might be going for a little bit of thin value here versus something like ace queen. Very small bet. Ty's not going to fold to this.
7 makes the call.
Yeah. Peter sees the bad news. He could have lost more. So, I mean, good on Peter for not losing everything. Little value owning going on. He kind of value owned himself. Everybody tends to do that every now and then. I mean, if you don't ever value own yourself, then you're probably not going for thin value often enough. I think that's a true statement. But Ty, starting the stream up. The big winner from the start. I mean, it helps to get aces versus ace king. But then, yeah, that was just kind of an action-killing river for both of them. I was surprised to see Peter go for a small bet, but I think he may know how Ty plays because Ty's once again a wild card. Really, the bet not gonna get a fold out of anything better, but it might get a call from ace queen, which I think is what he was going for.
5 fold. 6 makes the call.
MF limping, trying to get rid of his nit button for cheap. I don't think that's a good option in this lineup. This lineup's not going to make things cheap. Juicy waking up with a nice hand. Gonna squeeze it up over MF's limp.
1 call, 50.
Sam probably has never looked at 2 cards he doesn't like.
Heads up.
Pre-flop.
I mean, 3 players, sorry. 3 players.
A bit of a wild card. And MF now way out in front.
8 bets, 50.
Juicy top pair got a pretty mandatory bet. Sam was just king high unless he's gonna get creative.
1 call, 50.
thinking about getting creative. And MF could go both ways. You could call, you could raise. With your knit button, this looks kind of sus.
6 raises to 150.
It's a really small raise. I mean, given his stack size, I think he could even go larger. Yes, Amiri, this is a fantastic lineup. I imagine
One fold.
the
Heads up.
the action. That's not true. I have called MF bluffing several times. Actually, there was a stream a couple times ago where he just kept getting, he kept turning his hands in the bluff and getting there. Well, he was kind of value owning himself, trying. I think one he turned into a bluff and ended up getting lucky. The other one he value owned himself. He got lucky. But yeah, he does. He definitely does bluff. He's. I feel like he's gotten out of his comfort zone a lot more lately. And I imagine this hand's over here. I do think MF is not ever bluffing this spot on this turn. He's either got spades or 4, or a better hand than an 8. But it's interesting because over the course of playing with him, he gets rid of his knit button, and Juicy makes the right fold. But after playing with him a bunch over the past, year and a half, he's opened up his game a lot. You don't see that a lot. A lot of people get kind of stuck in their game. I am indeed solo commentating tonight, Miri. Wes had a root canal today, and I don't blame him for not joining me in the booth after having someone fuck around with your mouth. So, good. Hopefully Wes is doing okay. Shout out to Wes for always putting on a good show. Fantastic commentator. But I'm soloing by myself. We'll see how that goes. Done it a couple times now. I feel like it's getting easier and easier the more I do it. Greg with 2 9s.
4 folds. 5
Limping in.
10, 6 folds.
Peter with ace king again, just limping in. Oh, Peter's looking to pounce on this. Juicy with a knit button. Gonna go after it. It's gonna work.
9 folds.
Got 2 people setting a trap. I don't imagine Peter is ever gonna just call here,
1 fold. 2 folds.
because Greg's most certainly gonna see a flop. And with Peter's stack size and with the knit button, this is a slam dunk raise. Juicy's opening wide enough for you to put more money in with this hand. And Peter will not be folding. Yep, it makes it extremely large. With the stack size, that's basically all in. Juicy with a little bit of posturing. Getting a little out of line. Oh, and Greg gonna call. Greg gonna rip it, and they're gonna flip. Greg a little better than a flip because an ace is dead. I like this by Greg. Oh, and that's an ace and a king on the flop. That's not good for Greg. And Peter will double up. I don't mind the play by Greg. He can go both ways. He can fold pre-flop. I do not ever like call. I think if you think Peter's always going to have ace-king, then shoving is going to be fine. So, Greg made the right move, and it didn't work out. But sometimes that happens in poker. So, nice hand for Peter. Nice hand. Nice double up. Needed that after running his other ace-king into aces early on in the stream. Kind of one of the biggest disasters that you could ever get into when you have ace-king. Peter was really hoping to take the down pre-flop, get rid of his knit button, but of course he'll take the action and get a double up.
He checked twice. Almost check on the river.
Thank you.
Almost check, huh?
they're talking about the Peter's ace king versus Ty's aces hand from a little bit earlier in the stream, and the run out kind of saved Peter from going broke. The flop came king high, and with 2 more Broadway cards on the run out,
Barrels, 28, please.
it was a 4-bet pot. Ty loving his aces, but not in love with his aces, because Peter liking his ace king, but liking it a lot less than Ty's. I was surprised that he tried to go for thin value, but we all do that.
Thinking you better fold it.
I mean, ace king is just such a pretty looking hand in the middle of the nit game because people are doing such weird things, trying to get rid of their nit buttons. I believe that, yeah, this is just a 2-5-10 game. This is the straddle's just always going to stay on. It's great for action. We got 2 premiums limping in, wanting to see the flop for cheap, which is not going to happen. Sean, the nit game is the stand-up game. It is, except you don't stand up. So everybody gets a little placard. The placard, when you win a hand, you get rid of your placard. The last person remaining with a placard has to pay a nit tax. And in the way this game does it is the person with the last person with a nit button will put $200 of their money into the next pot as a splash pot. It's so-called nit tax. So it incentivizes people to get rid of their button sooner because you don't want to be the last person called because you lose $200. And it creates action by people doing donkey stuff with their nit button, and B, you don't want to lose $200. And you just don't want to be stuck losing $200. But sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes you're just card dead. Sam gonna bluff at this, and Greg gonna let his pair of 9s go. He gets the bluff through. Nit game's fun though. I like it. I've done many stupid things because of the nit game, and I've also won many stupid hands because of the nit button. So I don't know if it balances out quite. I don't know if I've done more stupid things than gotten money from stupid things. It's probably close. I might be a winner because of the stupid things I've gotten from. Because sometimes you just wind up in these weird situations with big hands, and they're so disguised because people think you're going bananas because you kind of are. Like it's the really disguised straights or the really disguised 2 pairs that really get people. But nit game's good. Promotes action. Thank you all for those of y'all joining me tonight thus far. It's a good game. All of these players are perfectly capable players. I imagine we're going to see some sick bluffs tonight. Some big hands. Juicy raising a suited 1-gapper.
9 folds.
Still has his nit button.
1 fold.
Hater looks down at 2 kings with his nit button. Certainly going to bump it up. She goes real big. 175.
3 makes it 500.
Oh no, disaster for Greg, who just wakes up with 2 jacks right behind Hater, who has a nit button. I don't think this is going to do anything but get in the middle. I imagine. I mean, Greg's bet looks strong, like a hand he doesn't want to fold. And the last thing we want to do is if he has queens or jacks, let him get away from the hand if an ace hits the flop. I don't think, and does Hater really consider folding this? You can't consider folding this. In these types of games, I think it's kind of asinine to fold the kings pre-flop. If they have aces, they have aces. The kind of action this game has, the kind of action the nit game drives. Sometimes you're right, though.
2 is all in.
There it goes.
3 makes it
All in and a recall. Greg, after putting $500, can't fold, of course, because if Hater has ace-king, you're ahead. I believe they're going to run it twice. Oh, no, 1 time. And that will be it. That is top or yes, oh no, he's outs. No outs.
King four.
Yep. With as aggressive as some of the players are in this game, I don't fault Greg for going with his jacks. I mean, Juicy opening the button, Hater squeezing the small blind. You wake up with jacks in the big blind. I mean, it's kind of a dream scenario in games like these. You just want to put more money in the pot. He could have. I don't know about the sizing, but I mean, it felt like kind of a go-away sizing. But once he puts that, can't really fold because Hater can have ace king. I don't ever think he has. I don't ever think he has tens. I just don't think Hater rips it with tens. I think he's only going to ever rip it with 2 overs, ace king, ace queen. So this didn't work out for Greg. I believe he'll be right back. But Hater getting rid of his net button. Big hand. Sometimes these hands just kind of play themselves, especially with the nit game going.
All right, good luck, yo.
I mean, they're not sitting. They're sitting deep. Don't get me wrong. 200 big blinds deep is pretty deep. There's a ton of play, but as everyone knows, 200 big blinds ain't nothing here in Texas. We go to a dealer change. Andy coming in. Let y'all know about our current promotion. We're gonna go on this month. We will be doing a time match promotion on the 12th and 13th of this month only. 120 gets you, or $100 gets you $120. 200 gets you $250. 300 gets you $400, and 500 gets you $750 in time here at Texas Card House Houston and Texas Card House Spring. And as you notice, it says 1 of each per player per club, which means you can stack these up. You can do all 4 promotions at one club, go to the other club, and do it again. So come take advantage of that when we're giving these deals away on the 12th and 13th. It's a good time promotion. You're going to play anyways. You might as well make it a little cheaper for yourself. I really like it when players go after the money. It makes it a much more interesting game when people are able to be very aggressive with these hands because it's hard to make a pair and hold them. Jacks, a lot of people are afraid of jacks. It's such a strong hand, especially in aggressive lineups. Sam waking up with a pretty jack 10 suited. Still has his nit button. Greg gonna set mine with his 4s. Not a bad flop for jack 10 suited. Altogether, all things considered, not a bad flop for 4s. I do think this is just gonna go bet fold. 4s can't take a lot of heat on this flop. You really only have 1 4 you can turn. The 4 of clubs isn't going to do anything. The 4 of diamonds is the only one that's going to make your hand, so 75 for 1 out. Even if you do have the best hand, your hand still can't. I mean, if the board changes, like if an offsuit deuce comes, you can't really call another bet. So, good fold by Greg. And Sam gets rid of his nit button. Oh, I guess he already got rid of it. Doesn't show. All right, Sam doesn't get rid of his net button. He already got rid of his net button. But what a way to start off the evening. First couple of hands. We're all on hand 10, and we've seen some blood in the water. I expect more of this to be going on tonight. This is
Hater and Greg, can y'all reset?
a ton of people just when you come to the games with lineups like these where players are good, aggressive players, you have to be aggressive back. You can be a little passive, but if you're too passive, what'll end up happening is you're just going to lose the mid game. Because I mean, these people will get after it. They're good players. They know how to put pressure on. You gotta fight back. When you have a hand, you gotta fight back.
3 players.
We got trip aces
6 check.
for Juicy. And not a bunch of nada for everyone else.
7 bet.
Juicy finally gonna get rid of his nit button. It always sucks when you have a nit button and you flop a hand as big as this. And everyone folds. You could have gotten called by an 8, a flush draw, a pair, a pocket pair. But I think still gets rid of his nit button, so it's not terrible. Part of poker is when you have a good hand, someone has to have a slightly worse hand. So sometimes you make big hands and people have nada. Those are times you just gotta keep on chugging along. Look at those stats so far. Juicy, Greg, and Hater at the top of the aggression frequency. Levi been a little bit card dead. Ray a little bit card dead. I don't think they've really participated in anything on the stream so far yet. Sometimes.
10 grand in 2 hours for sure.
Oh, we have the restraddle, the $20 restraddle. And this is where the game gets wild. This game allows uncapped straddles and unlimited restraddles.
4 makes it 125.
Ray with a big button race. I love it. 125 with the Jack 10 suited. And MF
6 calls, 7 fold.
calls with just calls with Ace King. Kind of surprised at that. See what Sam decides to do. Oh, lets it go. Greg's gonna let it go too. We go heads up. Fair fight.
Heads up.
Yeah.
Check.
Indeed. Oh, and MF catches top pair. I think Ray's gonna represent this card.
4 bets, 200.
I would like to see MF just call. Kind of let him hang himself. He's got a hand like he has nothing, which is going to be a lot actually. You've improved it top. I don't think he has kings or aces. You might have slow played it. I don't think this raise makes a lot more money.
Raise.
Because now you folded out Jack High. Raise. And especially with the nit button in front of Ray, you got to give him. Sometimes you just got to give people room to hang themselves. Like, just give him the rope. Ray's perfectly capable player. I mean, sure you win the hand. A lot of pokers. If you had more chips, MF shows the best hand. Yeah, Ray's correctly identified that he was bluffing into the nuts. It would have been interesting, let's say, if MF had $2,000 more on top of that 500. Ray's saying he was thinking if MF had that much more money, he might make a play, which obviously wouldn't have worked out.
Why did you have pocket queens?
The lies at the poker table are great. Hey, Rebel Poker, how you doing? Glad to see you in here. Glad everyone that's in here with me. Hope everyone's having a great night so far. Just here joining this great game. There Ray goes, telling the truth. Sam, open up big, king queen. No one much of anything behind him.
I was drawing it.
75.
I don't think anyone has much of anything high. Lets his hand go, and Juice gets Sam's collecting the blinds.
Yeah, we don't hear you saying anything about
It always feels bad when you raise and take it when there's all this action going around in the game. Don't get me wrong. If I raised and took the blinds every time without any resistance and I never lost a hand, you would obviously take that, right? Just making, $17 every time you pick up a hand. It's not glamorous. That's free money. I'm certainly not rich enough to say no to free $17 every time. know about y'all.
This motherfucker don't.
I'd like to be. That'd be great. I wonder at what point you're rich enough to where someone offers you $20 for free. It's probably different for different people, right?
Did you get that made or? No, I bought it online. Oh, you bought it online?
Greg limping in with a suited king.
He's still 10?
Ray with the beautiful pocket sixes. Don't think he's throwing a purple chip in there.
What makes it 80?
The big raise, $80. Ray came here to play too. Peter just releases ace queen suited. That's. I'm shocked at that. Come on, Peter. You can't just be folding ace queen suited like that to a single raise. Ty gonna make the call with his Broadway hand. And Greg now incentivized to come along too with his suited king. So we go 3 ways to the flop. I believe Ray's the only one with the nip button. No, Greg still has a nip button. Oh, an ace. Peter's hating himself here. Top pair, good kicker, nut flush draw. Ray's gonna represent it, ironically with the ace. Ironically with the best hand. Ty with the king of hearts might peel here. He could easily represent hearts on the turn. And if Ray has a big hand, like aces or tens. I'm sorry for this tragic accident. We do look forward for you to come back in 2025. Hope. Wow, that's gotta hurt. Cutting your finger with a potato peeler.
It's annual, right? They do it every year.
I mean, I imagine cutting. Are potato peelers like super sharp? I imagine potato peelers are kind of closer to dull than like the super sharp steak knives. I don't know. Either way, that's not. Even if it was super sharp, I still don't think that'd be great. But hope everything's going well after that accident. Heal up. Come back to poker. Poker's great. Texas poker's fantastic. Texas poker's unlike any poker in any other place I've been to. I went to Vegas last week. I played 1-3. I've never seen so many walks in my life. I started straddling just to see if people would let me collect the blinds. Peter getting a little out of line with deuces. I like the 3-bet though. Flop a set, super disguised. And Hater flops the best of it. Not a great kicker, so it can take a little bit of heat, not a lot of heat. See if Peter wants to represent this ace. Imagine he's going to check this back. Not going to be getting a lot of folds. Oh, that's small. $80. This might be enough for Sam to peel. He's got a gut shot. Oh, not gets it hold from the 2 overs in the gut shot. See how Hater wants to proceed with this. His hand can definitely call this 1-bet, but Peter 3-betting pre-flop is going to be pretty cautious. Knives are definitely sharper. Oh, kind of an action-killing card. Peter could represent this. Hater doesn't have a ton of flushes now. With all these big cards accounted for. So Peter could... I imagine Peter would still bet ace-king, ace-jack, aces-jacks here. His deuces most certainly aren't the best hand. So he's going to choose to represent big. I'm glad that your favorite hand, Rebel, is not aces. Or ace-king or ace-jack. I like that it's ace-7. A nice... I hate it when people tell me, you know, my favorite hand is king-queen suited. Come on, pick a hand that's kind of wonky. Mine's 10-7. I've discussed it many a time here. I love that hand. It's awful. The hand is absolutely atrocious. But that's why we love him. Peter gets the bluff through with deuces. And that's one of the problems with those medium strength aces, like ace-9 offsuit. It's just really hard to figure out where you are. Strange dog, I like that. 9-7 suited. That's a good. See, that's a good favor hand. What else y'all got out there that aren't aces, kings, or jacks? If you can't put aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace, king, none of that. Tell me real poker hands. Stuff you can get nitty gritty with in the streets of poker.
My friends get comps there, so.
Actual 3.
Dan and Cosmo and Cosmo for yeah. And, what's the other one? Besides Cosmo.
9-7 suited is most of it. So we got 9-7 suited, ace-7 so far.
What's the other nice one?
MF continues his strategy of limping, letting everyone else do the work for him. He does it a lot. Mixes it up sometimes. Juicy gonna limp the button. Levi looking at a premium when you have a nit button. A suited ace, suited wheel ace, looking real good. There we go, 10-8 of spades. That's a great one. See, these are great favorite hands. These are great favorite hands.
Have you ever?
Oh, dude, all day. It's like young girls meet up.
MF does not want to pay the premium, and I believe this is going to get the work done. Levi's just going to get through.
You
Never stayed in the Sky Villas at Aria?
Yeah. I just stayed there like one time. They gave me one time.
There's 20 people, but
It's on the other side.
I don't play limit poker, but I imagine this is very hard to do. Eliminate 2 players in a limit tournament to win with ace-7 high. I mean, that's an accomplishment. It does look like Juicy defends his button, flopping bottom pair. Levi flopping top pair. I'd be really happy with this flop. Juicy just doesn't have a lot of strong hands here. 6 is really the best hand he could have.
Dude, it was run. I always say everyone was staying at Aria, so like whenever I'll stay there, I lost like 20 grand there.
Down bets it. Juicy, giving Juicy just enough room to stick around with his pair.
And I made all my money back on Encore, so they're like, hey,
And improves, makes bottom to pair. Juicy a little worried about the flush, but not as worried because all of Levi's ace-high flushes are pretty much going to be ace-high. He'll have I imagine only his ace-high flushes check. I imagine a lot of his bigger flushes bet. So, but you want to get value here and not let people. You know, you don't want to let ace-king, ace-jack, ace-10 see a river for free, especially if they're holding the ace or king of spades. I imagine those hands would have kept betting. Levi's hand is in a weird spot where it's the flop is very strong, but it's no longer doing that great. That's a clean run out for Juicy. Your hand doesn't interact well with Juicy's button limp, button call, then call flop bet on this run out. He's just gonna have a ton of flushes. He could have 6s still. I guess he could have ace-8 offsuit, ace-6 offsuit, ace-6 suited, ace-8 suited, queen 6 suited, queen 8 suited. But Juicy, imagine Juicy's gonna go for some thick value here, trying to go for value from ace-king, ace-jack, and we just have a pure bluff catcher now. I mean, our hand on the turn was a pure bluff catcher. Even if we had made 2 pair, I believe. If the river had been a 3, it would have been a pure bluff catcher. There's just not a lot of bluffs. Like Jack 10, King 10, all with King Jack, all with 1 spade. But I think Juicy would have been raising those hands on the button, not limping behind. So a lot of the hands that I think Juicy would have as a bluff aren't gonna be there. Curious to see what Levi thinks about this. It'd be interesting if he turned his hand into a bluff. If he jammed here, that would be disgusting. Because you could fold out some of the better hands. A hand like Juicy's, I don't think would want to play for it all. I don't know. He may side call. Levi calls. Gets shown the bad news. Nice hand, Juicy. unfortunate for Levi. Big pickup for Juicy. Big pickup. And now we chug along. It's hard to. I want to know what was going through Levi's head. It sucks so bad when you flop top pair in those situations and you get runouts like that. But it's
Like
just
80 grand in cash off of them and Rolexes and all kinds of
Where were they
stuff.
playing? Downtown? Somebody's house or hotel?
No, it's a townhouse that they have.
so you've
rented.
experienced both sides of the coin. You've won a tournament and got knocked out with your favorite hand.
Somebody
The two extremes.
I mean,
That was one of the guys there, 100%.
it has to be. Like, how else would they know about the game?
It was one of the guys there, 100%.
It's a good extreme. I'd take that. If I both win a tournament and lose a tournament with my favorite hand. By lose, I mean get knocked out. Because that means you've won a tournament. So,
Somebody knew
take getting knocked out a couple of times. Just win a tournament. Although, I don't want to win a limit tournament because I don't ever want to play limit hold'em. I think limit hold'em is atrocious.
So there really wasn't security.
The only thing I like about limit hold'em is saying the word cap when it comes to betting. It's just fun. It's like saying pot in PLO. Just enjoy saying it.
In cash and then like 3 Rolexes and like
Wallets.
wallets, cell phones, bunch of
9 4. 50 bucks.
some bunch of guys I know in Austin.
Can't get too carried away though with pot and PLO.
In a private game they were playing in.
someone's townhouse.
Got a couple Texas premiums going to war here. Juicy ISOing with the ace-9 off and cut off perfectly fine. Sam's king-7 off defending small blind. I think he just wants to get involved. Flops the best, but Juicy with an open ender. I think we're going to see some fireworks.
They were just sending me like send me a text.
Sam leads small.
Basically telling me about it.
Juicy
And,
going nowhere.
saying,
See what he wants to do.
Call.
They're gonna have security from
Calls.
forward.
Sam with a better heart. And Juicy just gets there on the turn. It's a better card for Sam.
3 grand in cash, like 3
Juicy's going to have heavier pairs, less 9s.
Yeah. 80K, I mean, if you have 80K.
I don't think Juicy's going to raise. You don't want to scare off your customer.
That's small.
Phones, wallets.
Just calls.
They're supposed to have that.
One guy wants a bracelet.
Sam needs a 9 now to chop this pot. Juicy improves the top pairs with a straight. Doesn't need it, but
Do they have a video or no?
he came.
No, no video.
I
There's
don't
a ring camera video.
think Juicy's going to go for a little bit of value.
Yeah.
See what sizing he chooses. Sam's hand looks really weak. Like 1 pair. I imagine he would have block bet with 2 pair or something like that. Because the ace is going to hit all the flush draws. So yeah, goes for some value. Thinking Sam could have some strong hands. It is very hard to win with the Doyle. Rebel Poker. It is very hard to win with the Doyle. I applaud you for trying to do it. Even Doyle, who's won 2 tournaments with it,
Wasn't for that ace.
I interviewed him.
Looked to you, Kevin.
He says, "This is lucky." I mean,
You have an
that's
ace?
it's part of poker too. But like,
You have an ace?
I mean, no matter the scale of the tournament, to win 2 World Series of Poker main event bracelets with the same hand is kind of in such a bad hand. It's kind of absurd. Well, not kind of. It is absurd. It's just absurd.
You have a pair of
And
7?
the hand is terrible,
He had nothing.
and he had to get it in from behind both times. I don't.
5 4.
What were you gonna say when you go to Austin?
I mean, I imagine it'd be hard to win for 2 different people to win a tournament, the same tournament with the same hand.
6 4. 7 4.
Northwest of downtown.
Juicy's starting a momentum train.
We rented it out for like the 2 weeks for
He makes it
ACL for
30.
like 10 grand.
9 12.
Instead, I'm gonna give you
Doyle never came down here. Doyle, when all the TCHs started opening, did not do a lot of traveling. He was just getting up there with his health and stuff. He might have, but to my knowledge, he did not visit any of the establishments. I don't blame him either. I don't blame him. Would have been cool. I would have liked to have met Doyle, but didn't exactly pan out. I have top pair nut flush draw for Ray, big hand, versus a whole lot of nothing for everyone else. Juicy's got a gut shot,
8 4.
and that's gonna win it. Yep. Shows the monster he turned. You kind of don't want action though with a hand like that, even though your hand is so strong. The hands you want action from are the worst flush draws. But thank you all for those of y'all joining me this evening here for this nice 2-5 no limit hold'em game at Texas Card House Houston. I don't even know if the sentence I just said made sense, but we'll flow with it. It was a great lineup for y'all. Great game, good action. Great action so far. We've had some fire hands.
I'll have to hit the bank of tie again.
MF. Limp, continuing to limp. I imagine this is just gonna be the trend. I mean, he mixes it up. Oh, he would have loved the way poker is in Texas now. I think Texas poker is the best poker in the country right now. It's a good mix of amateur and amateur players, recreational players, and professional players. It's a very good mix. I feel like a lot of the games I've played in are just not balanced correctly. Like even the lower limit ones, especially when I go to
I just
Vegas.
keep all my money with tie now. I just,
What happened with them?
I think they got some hack issue or whatever.
Man, my bank with them.
So some people would hack
That's
it and you have, like,
that's a good.
No, don't scare me, please. Don't
That's a good poker moment, Strange Dog. It's incredibly hard to make both of those hands, let alone trigger a bad beat jackpot. So congrats to you on that. I'm glad that was your biggest poker moment. Most of the people that play poker will, in general, won't experience that ever.
Yeah, but it's wrong.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems with Texas poker is how large it plays, because none of the stakes are true to what they say, and that's one of the things that I've been discussing a lot with a couple of my friends. But Texas poker, I mean, this says 2-5 game. 2-5 games everywhere else means $500 to $1,000 buy-in. I mean, Ray's sitting there with 4.3K. There's a $10 straddle on pretty much every hand. We almost always make it it's mandatory, quote unquote. Like it's everyone agrees to do it, so we all just do it. I mean, sometimes the straddling gets out of control, and you get $20, $40, $50. I mean, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, 320. I think we had the 640 one time on stream. Way back when the stream first started up. But I mean, Texas poker is massive. Goose, I agree with that comment. I think straddles are okay for the game as if you cap them, but a lot of the places don't. Some of the places don't cap them. And you see this with you saw this with the win changes, changing their structure for their bigger buying games, and I think, and when we were talking about this, it helps protect the player base, because you get a lot of 1-3 players joining 1-3 games that are now 1-3-6 games. You get a lot of players joining 2-5 games that are now 2-5-10 games, like this one, where the money they want to play for isn't the appropriate to the size of the game is playing. Like, when I hear 1-3, when I first started playing poker, I imagined it would just be, $300 to $600, not people sitting down with $1,000, $2,000 in 1-3 games. But because I think the button straddle is atrocious, it needs to be gotten rid of. It is way too powerful. Ultimate last action is just not not good, especially in the places that actually do ultimate last action. Which I don't know who started that crap, but for those of y'all that don't know, the places that do ultimate last action with the button straddle means the button waits and the button straddle, they wait for everybody else to continue to finish doing what they're doing before they decide, which is stupid. Stupid. Lyndon, you should come to Texas. Poker in Texas is absurd. Once you start playing here, you're not going to want to go back to Vegas. Yeah, Emery, you're right. A year ago, you sit down in a 1-3 game. You want to buy in for $200, $300, which you should be able to comfortably do in a 1-3 game, and play. But you have so many players that just want to play super deep and with so much money, but they don't want to go to the big stakes. So they kind of need to separate. A lot of the clubs have started to do that, and I like seeing it. Like our 1-2 game here is capped at $300. That's healthy. 150 big blinds, perfectly healthy.
Finally, you get to see it through flop.
You can't even see a flop.
Wow, you can go all in and still find.
Couple limps. Sam ISOing with the suited queen. The 75. Hater with a mystery hand right now. King 10 off. Gonna call. I think MF folds tie. Gonna call. Juicy's gonna call, and I imagine Levi's gonna call. We're gonna go 5 ways, which is great. Five ways to in a single raise pot to a flop. This is awesome. Yeah, that's Emery. That's a pretty steep progression. Wanting to buy in for $300 per thing, and then going to $800 buy-ins with 3 bullets, because that's basically what you would have had for 3 buy-ins before in 1-3. Sam, just trying to take this one away. Tied flopping top pair. Don't think it's gonna work. I mean, you just don't see a ton of hands like these in SoCal and Vegas, where you have a dude who's the initial raiser going 5 ways to a flop. C bets the 7-8 deuce rainbow with just queen high, no real draw. And then the 8-6 defend out of the big blind. Sam is gonna keep. Oh, that's a big bet. I don't think Ty can go anywhere. These two players have a ton of history. They play a ton with each other, and I know Sam loves to try and get Ty, and Ty loves to try and get Sam. They just do. But I don't. Yeah, Emery, you never. It's an unclean gut shot, but in this case, you want to make your gut shot because, oh, Ty just rips it, and Sam can't call with queen high.
He knows.
Sam even audibly said that that's a tie kind of board, so Ty kind of ripping it.
You can run twice.
It's
You can run twice.
saying he can run it twice if he calls.
You already have it?
I mean, look at this action, guys. If this isn't a good advertisement for Texas poker, this is a single raised pot. A single raised pot.
Show me, Ty, show me.
I don't even know if Ty was going for value or if he was bluffing. But good on Ty. Wins that good pickup by Ty.
Big league.
Sorry, I'm coming for him.
Good pickup by Ty. It was a hefty pot.
That's why I can't just go on. I have to game.
A little bit of gambling going on.
What's the other card?
9?
I think he showed him the 6.
That's a straight, right?
It's on,
The 9?
and so many of these players that play on our stream have so much history off stream. You never, and that's one of the things you can never account for when you watch streams is how much history players have off stream. Because even no matter where you go, what stream the streams that show up. If streams from Vegas, streams from California, streams from Florida. A lot of the players have history that influence their decisions.
Ty's not lucky. Ty's just good.
3 makes a 50.
And it's awesome to see what players do, and because they always do some sort of wonky thing, and it's usually the history. Greg opens up to 50. I don't even think this nit game's over yet. This might have been the end of the nit game actually. No one has nit buttons. I think there's an extra 200 in the pot. That makes a lot more sense. Greg got a pretty bad hand to raise call with. Just have to kind of feel like gambling, yeah? Just lets it go. Peter gets that through. That was not over, so maybe the hand before was the nit. That makes a lot more sense if the hand before was the splash pot with the queen 4 suited going bananas. But still, I mean, even
after the flop, I'm just like,
Strange Dog, that's a good bucket list item. I've been told by many different tournament players that there's nothing quite like the main event. I mean, it's the creme de la creme of poker. I mean, it's always been coveted as one of the most premier events you could play in. It's the main event. It gets so many players that don't even play in other events. They just play in the main. Celebrities, athletes.
my money more than anybody
It's
else.
insane.
No way.
And
Haters take more money.
it's
smoked me harder than anybody else.
a great tournament because it's a true freeze out. You only get one shot. And the structure is phenomenal. So I hope you get to play in the main event one day. I'm with you. One day I'll play in the main event. Hopefully next year. But I'm not a big tournament player. I'm trying to work myself into tournaments.
Put your money and never give back.
Mostly cash, but you know, both of the worst hands outflop Peter. But now he's getting a great price for his gut shot. Ace would be kind of disastrous. That's clean. Imagine this is going to go check, check, check. Greg could probably take over the betting initiative if he wanted to. I think Peter's going to have a lot of ace, king, ace 10, king 10s. See what Peter wants to do when they check to him. Check and realize his equity or start bluffing. He's going to take the equity. And that's not a good card for Peter. Ace is up for Sam. Gonna fire out massive 2x pot bet. Peter with his newfound top pair. He should be able to get away from this. I mean, the backdoor flush comes in and the most obvious straight, even though you block it, but king 10 comes in. But Sam's an action player. Sam knows that this is the type of, when Peter checks back, this is the type of hand Peter has. Peter wants to fold. His instincts are correct. Good fold, Peter. Good fold. Nice little pickup for Sam. It's unfortunate he didn't make a little bit more, but I mean, if you were to, with those overbets, though, that's the sizing you want to choose if you were ever going to bluff at it. And put that much pressure on a one pair hand. Got to be a little balanced with it though. You do have to bluff at some point in time because if you never get caught bluffing, and people are gonna figure it out. But all these players perfectly capable of bluffing. Even MF. I know some of y'all think MF can't bluff, but he's capable. Peter with ace king again. He's really been the only player to have this hand tonight so far. Not a bad hand to keep getting dealt over and over. No 7 deuce game. Levi with 9s is just gonna rip it. I don't think Peter can fold. This is just such an unusual bet. It's weird. Like, if he had aces or kings, I don't think he would choose the sizing. I don't think he would choose the sizing with queens.
470.
Oh, no, he has less money. Never mind, he has less money than the graphic said. It's still... So, yeah, that makes more sense. Instead of putting a 30-second, yeah. Oh, gonna re-ISO. Doesn't want Ty to get a good price to come along.
One more action.
Ty folds. 9 in the window. Good flop for Levi. And he has a flush.
I had ace king. That means no diamond.
Ace king again? Wow.
Peter's ace kings have not been holding up. He has lost two pots now with it.
His set turned into a push.
In that 4 diamond on the board.
It's a good pickup for Levi. He needed that, breathes a little life into his stack. Now he's not really in the.
No.
I know in tournaments that happens a lot where people are in the shove or fold mode.
Oh yeah.
But in cash, when these games are playing wild like this, and you get that short, you're kind of in a shove or fold mode. I mean, it's going to cost you 75, $100. That's a fourth, a fifth, a 6-year stack. That's a lot of money to see a flop. Again, this ain't no regular 2-5 game. Oh, Hater's the strat. I thought he was posturing for a second. Greg gonna Ray with the 9s now. Tie with Ace King suited. All right, now we have these two players battling it out. Tie 3-betting with the upgraded. Ray not gonna go anywhere. If we get the same flop again, it's gonna be a disaster for Tie. Tie checks. No, Ray checks. Tie's in position. Tie's gonna go with the small C bet probably. Don't think Ray's gonna release his 9s to this yet. Can't really yet. I mean, there's only even though it's scary to have 1 over. Oh, he's gonna check raise. Oh, now it's getting interesting. You know it's a good game when a player is bluffing with the best hand, because this is basically a bluff. You're gonna fold out a lot of the hands that you're better than, and really just get called by only the hands that are better than yours. Although Tie has a hand that could speculatively call. Tons of good turns for him. He's thinking about all of his options. Not gonna let it go yet. And now Ray's in a weird spot. The 9 of clubs would be a great card for him because it would get him all the action. That's a terrible card for Ray. Ray's gonna check it. Let's see if Tie takes over the betting initiative. Ray's hand here looks a lot like what it is. I don't think he would slow down, since they're so deep. I don't think he would slow down. Oh, and Tie gets there, just checks back and gets there. Tie's gonna go for value here. The double check is. Yeah, Amir, I agree. I don't think any set is check raising. Ray's hand looks exactly like what it is, a pair. I think Ray could very easily have a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket Jacks. Ty's certainly going to go for value on this river. I think King Queen would have bet the turn. I think the good queens would have bet King Queen, Ace Queen. And I think King Queen would have bet this river. Ty's not going to check back aces. So I like this bet from Ty. Ray knows he had the best hand to the river, but he didn't really need to check raise. He didn't really need to check raise the flop. I think had the king not come, I think it had been basically anything else. I think Ty could have blown Ray off the hand. It's an interesting hand. And there we have it, another dealer change. And with that, this Sunday, or not this Sunday, Sunday, October 27th, we will be having a $50K guaranteed single day tournament. $300 buy-in, 30-minute levels, 30K starting stack, great structure. The last one day we had, I believe, almost doubled the guarantee. It's like 86K or something like that. So that's a pretty good tournament. For those of y'all that like tournaments, these one days are great ways, to step in. You're in and out, even though it's a long day, 12, 13-hour day to play for the whole time. But if you win, who cares? You make $20,000, $30,000.
You guys actually watch this thing?
I mean,
I just want to see that.
I don't know about y'all. I'll gladly play for 14 hours straight to make $20,000. Right? Once again, I'm not rich enough to turn down a free 17, so gladly play 13 hours for 20K. That's a pretty good hourly rate. Ray limping in. Peter gonna ISO mystery hand right now. Oh, the oversuited. Normal Texas range is here, guys. Normal Texas range is here. A7 suited limps. Limp calls an ISO raise from the Jack 5 suited. Best hand gets better. Peter checks back. A heart would be bad. No one really improves. Bad card for Ray. Peter's probably going to rep this too. Jedi Master Ted. If this statement doesn't sum up what most poker players experience, then I don't know what does. If I play for 13 hours and I'm down $50, I'm ecstatic. I don't really play for 13 hours very often. But Ray makes the best hand now. Peter with the Jack blocker is going to go for a bluff. Can't win with Jack high. I don't think Ray has any choice here to do anything other than call. You beat Ace Queen, Ace Jack. You beat King Queen, King Jack. He's gonna go for value. He just lets it go. Don't know if that was a bluff or for. I mean, I imagine he's thinking it's for value, but.
If you watch that later on, that was a great dark check. Worked out so. You're gonna watch it. You're gonna see that was a great dark check. Worked out so perfect. A7, A7.
Ray's talking about that he checked dark in that hand. It's pretty usual now for players to check and flow. Players check to the aggressor. It's kind of becomes, not kind of, it's definitely become standardized. Standard practice.
You bet, yeah, you have it every time.
Ray,
So lucky, man.
oh, that's a spoiler. Ray's got a big hand in the straddle. MF limps with the 5-3 suited. Love that hand. High ISO, suited king, and Sam with a real hand now. Gonna most likely 3-bet it up, and this is gonna get interesting. Hater wisely folds his suited king. Greg wisely folds his 3s, and this is the spot, just like the spot earlier, where Jacks versus these players is just such a good looking hand. I mean, you see what they're doing with these cards. I mean, obviously we can see their cards, but I play with these guys all the time. This is normal. So Jacks to me look fantastic. And that is a big re-rate. Ray does not want to see a string of colors. Ty gonna release that. Oh, Sam piles it, and Ray's gonna make the call.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. How many times you want to go? Whatever you want to do.
Rip it. Rip it.
They're gonna go once.
Rip it.
That is a good flop for Jacks. That is a good turn for Jacks. Sam drawing dead on the turn.
I had some cards. I don't have a buffer here.
And Sam gets felted.
I'm gonna upgrade your wife or just wait?
Yeah, let's wait. Don't send her too much money. I never collect it.
Robo Poker, that sounds like a great tournament. A 50K starting stack. I don't know what the I imagine the blinds are going to be like 50 and 100, something like that. I mean, that's super deep. Imagine the structure. If it's their main event, the structure is going to be good. 40 or 50-minute levels, and then hour levels for day 2. I mean, that sounds like a fantastic tournament.
I'm safe now. But you didn't like the turn. That turn, you were like, oh.
A lot of the tournaments that are down here have the main events have good structures like that. Like the ones that come, the tours that come through TCH, the main events will have 40-minute day 1 levels, and then hour day 2 levels, and you'll get 100 to 150 big blinds for your starting stack. Usually, sometimes 200 if it's a deep stack. But I mean I imagine that's a great structure. You gonna play in that one?
Yeah, I do have a little. You have chips? You can stop.
Seat 5 is missing the blind. Yes.
A little bit of
Yeah, it was. He just moved
A little bit of a lull right here.
So is that misaligned and no call?
So he's 10.
it. So buttons on 2. Seat 3.
Yeah, he should be 10, I think.
Give me 30.
Seat 3 is 5.
Do that
Seat
score
4.
number? They gave me 31.
Yes, sir. Does he get a misaligned for that? Is that
Let the action tracker
Is
catch
he get a
up.
misaligned? Yes, they want to. Alright, 10.
MF, continuing to limp. At least he's making. Oh no, he's straight off. I was gonna say, at least he's mixing it up.
5-0.
Speaking of the Brunson. Sam with a real hand this time.
One has raised it to 52. Has folded it to 3.
I mean, that's Rebel. That's a great structure for a tournament. See, tournaments like that with a structure like that, that leaves you plenty of chips to, plenty of room, plenty of poker. You lose a medium-sized pot, you don't have to worry. You can still time to get it back. And those are the types of tournaments I like. I really hate turbos. Like in live poker, 15 to 30 minutes. 30 minutes is doable, but like 40 just feels so much better. An hour feels super fantastic. Greg makes the best hand. Just Sam lay down.
He has you 50, okay? Buttons, right?
I hope you do well in that tournament. Run deep. Hope everyone in here who plays in a tournament runs deep.
10 in the middle.
It's a great feeling. I always want to see other people succeed in poker. I mean, as long as you're having fun too, because I'm here to have fun. Sure, making money's cool and everything. But fun, money, both those combined, fantastic. I mean, that's why I love poker. Juicy been a little bit quiet lately. Gonna raise his king queen off. Gonna fold to him perfectly at the opening of that hand, especially since what we've seen lately being raised. No typical Texas premiums. King queen looking real good versus those hands.
Hey, Ty, it was 3,000. You said it was 100.
So it was 400?
Three-way action.
Service fees.
I do believe the action track was wrong. It looks like Peter and MF have defended. Trying to get Peter's hand worked up. MF outflops Juicy. Domination rotation. Check. Queen would be real bad. Check. I imagine it's gonna keep checking through. Peter with a mystery hand. Juicy with a delayed C-bet. Betting over pop. I like this. And it works. Gets the best hand to fold. Nice pickup by Juicy.
You colored me up on it.
Sir, here's your 50.
Just give me one purple.
Seat 1 raises to 30. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 raises to
Levi. Sam misses kings. That was his moment. Little unlucky. Ty gonna defend with the dominated ace. See if this flop would have saved Sam money, and it would not have. Probably would have made him money. Ty would have made a pair. And that's a terrible run up for ace queen, but you have showdown value. You beat all the jack tens and higher. Ty knows where he's at. Gonna go for a little bit thin value. Levi just lets it go. Not a good board for ace queen, so easy dismissal. That's absurd that you can make day two without betting or playing a hand.
No. Sharon.
That's the nit button here.
And here we have this by Sam, the big loser so far. Ty, the big winner, followed by Ray and Hater. Juicy all up in the thousands. Mep up a little bit. Then Peter, Levi, Greg, and Sam down a little bit. But all these numbers can change very quickly. All it takes is one or two hands, and then bam, you're in. Go from the red to the green. As all of y'all know that play poker, patience is important.
I'm down deeper than you.
Patience is super important. Patience even more important in this tournament that you're talking about.
You know the funny part is I have no idea.
Sam waking up with another premium. He's in his seat this time, and oh, this is terrible. Hater with aces now. Gonna 3-bet. ISO is kind of big over Sam's already big open. Sam's probably not in the folding mood, so I imagine we're gonna at least see a flop. Oh, and he just rips it, and Hater calls. And here we have a collision. It's kind of a disaster for Sam. They're going to run it twice, 2 full boards. And that looks all Sam.
You're gonna lose the
Did it run twice?
I never do twice either, ever.
Dude, you just zigzag. You keep zigzagging. Yeah.
Wishing he would have run it once now.
Maybe at the time you run
Getting lucky. There's only 1 10 left in the deck.
I never ever do twice.
You
This
might
is my first hand
get
up.
Save flop for aces, only 1 10 left in the deck. That's not a 10. And they will chop this pot up. But Emery, to answer that question, Sam has said multiple times on stream that no matter how much he loses playing poker, when he wakes up the next day, he says, man, it's glad to be me because I'm rich. So you can take that statement for whatever you want. Sam's a great guy, super fun guy. I mean, this is what you want. You want people that just want to play. And this is what makes the game great.
I never ever do
That was
twice.
first.
I mean, I wish I had that attitude. I could lose whatever money. Wake up the next day, man, it doesn't matter. I'm rich.
My first hand back.
One day. One day. Not tomorrow,
One
but
only.
one day.
He's like once now. Fuck. And then what's the next time? The first one is not gonna work.
We got a lot of players that
When you put all your chips in the
have
middle,
similar
he was
mentalities
so
towards the I'm rich.
Oh my god, yeah.
So,
It was so, it was
makes
so
for some
happy.
interesting poker hands.
At least he did run twice.
But then when he saw the 10,
Or did it just call the
when he saw
Hater
the 10
saying
window,
that
his
Sam
whole world deflated.
Sam could have had a nice double up.
The first one.
Of course you want the action when you have aces. Greg?
But then I looked and had the aces spade where 2 spades are like.
Ty is a professional poker player. He is a professional tournament poker player. Ty is, I believe, Taiwan's #1 on the tournament winning leaderboard. I know he was at some point. I don't know if he still is. So he is a absolute beast when it comes to tournaments. Absolute beast. He's a beast cash game player too, but he has a lot more gamble on him in cash. I feel like he gambles in cash so he doesn't do it in the tournaments. But he's an absolute crusher. Most of these gentlemen are not professional poker players. I don't believe anyone else at the table is. Everyone else has lots of side hustles, or a couple of these gentlemen are retired. But I mean, these are all just active, casual, not casual.
They're both nice.
They're just active recreational poker players.
Man, I love the pizza place in Aria that's
And
next to the poker room. Pizza's
this is what you find a lot of.
really good pizza.
You see a lot of the same faces around anyways. I mean, the poker community is large in Texas, but in each city, I mean, a lot of the players, you just start seeing the same people over and over and over again. You just start to get to know them. I do not know if quantum tournaments are still around. Cannot answer that question. But here we go, Peter with ace queen again. Juicy defending the small blind with the king 9 suited. Ace queen king. Peter defeated me on a flop like this, or not a flop, a board like this yesterday. C-bet. Kind of large. Juicy's gonna let this go. Nick game on 2. Show the goods, get rid of his button. Yeah, Emery, I was shocked how long it took TCH to actually get off the ground. I thought this location, the TCH Houston location, is a fantastic location. The card room is fantastic. So it was a little slow at first, but man, has it picked up. There are always several games going every night. We have anything from 1-2 hold'em to 1-3 hold'em on the floor every day. We'll get 1-2 PLO pretty regularly now, also, and then we have a larger game. This 2-5 game runs a couple times a week. I think that decline for that card room started long before TCH opened. But I mean, if any of y'all want to play on stream here, I believe there's a link in the stream. Just sign up, or call and ask. Just call us and ask to get put on the list. This stream game is great. And if you can't play this deep, we have a 1-3 stream on Friday and a 1-3 stream on Sunday. No limit hold'em. If you want to play in those. So whatever stakes you want to play, we can accommodate. We don't have a 1-2 stream yet. We do those occasionally as it, yes. And Levi sneaks us through an ace king nit button release. That actually feels pretty good when you have ace king and the nit button. You get to release it.
They're coming to do it right now.
Third time aces have come out already.
Excuse me for one moment while I have to step away from the mic.
Who you shooting?
Ace king. One. Ty. Oh, Ty had it
Yeah, I
once.
had one.
And you had it once.
I was so stunned I didn't.
What the? Seven? God. Bad foe and here.
I apologize for that. I'm back. So this is. Oops, sorry. This question, the stream game cannot change for the day it's assigned for. If you want to do something different, like this is right now, it is still a 2-5 game. So if a player wants to join, he does not want to participate in the $10 straddle, does not have to, because this was advertised as a 2-5 game. So whatever the stream game gets advertised at is what it will be for the entirety of the stream. You can agree, the players can agree to if they want to a $10 straddle, but if someone says no, then it will be no. And yes, to answer your second question, it is the same tie that plays at Champions. Glad to have him here on our stream.
You got the over, huh?
He's been here a couple times before. As we get straight in the action, Ty getting frisky with the crabs.
I'm trying to for one game. I was watching
Believe he.
that Jets Broncos.
I don't mind this 3-bet at all.
The Miami game too.
You could win this pre-flop. You win this post-flop.
It was
Great
so
disguise.
hard.
Neither of these players. Once Peter calls,
And I
MF's
had-
gonna
I
easily
lost
make the
my
call.
fantasy last week by half a point. I had Tyreek Hill.
Peter
And like,
probably
there was like 3
would
catches
love
where
to know
he caught
what good a
it,
shape he's in.
and then there was a foul.
Dude, I have Tyreek Hill too. That's why I watched that game.
Yeah.
I'm like,
See Jack
somebody-
8-3.
He overshot him on
That is a
deep one.
terrible
Yes.
flop for
Yes.
everyone except for
I would've
MF.
won if he caught that.
Yeah. I would have won if you would have caught one more.
Ty,
Yeah, one.
this
he
is
just-
the thing about threes. You could very easily represent this in
After he had such a good first game,
this ace,
they just give
aces,
Russell the
queens.
ball.
Yeah. He
I-
fumbled it
you don't have to
once
bet
and he
large,
never,
you're gonna bet a little
like,
small.
saw the ball again.
Oh, he fumbled?
He
And
fumbled
if
once.
someone has an ace or a
literally
queen,
he never saw the ball after he fumbled.
Peter with a
Andy Reid,
unclean gut shot and a backdoor
he
flush draw.
fumbled once in week 1 too.
Exactly.
You could call one bet.
He got his
Try
warning.
and hit a 10. 10 of diamonds would be fantastic for him. MF loving this.
He was the undrafted.
He has flopped a set.
You can't fumble the ball.
I
You can't fumble the ball.
imagine with him raising earlier, he's gonna raise here. I hate this raise a little bit less, but I still hate this raise. I mean,
I don't blame them though because if you're
I don't blame
undrafted,
him though
you
versus two
fumble once
players.
already, you can't fumble again.
He just wants to get the money in.
Like once
I
he
mean,
started playing, he looked pretty good.
it's hard to
No
be
reason to go back. He was-
to beat the strategy. Oh, it's not a big raise. 500.
Yeah.
Ties,
It'll
posturing.
be interesting to see what happens with Devontae Adams. Have you seen the
Don't imagine a world where
There's no way he goes to
this.
KC.
I hate the raise too, but
Yeah, it's the, I mean, they're like
it's
the
not
biggest
wrong.
division rivals.
I would have liked to call
The
heads up.
Bills, the Bills
And
make sense.
I think it's just the fact that it's multi-way.
Show the bluff.
Well, I'm glad you're watching our stream instead of theirs. Hopefully, hopefully our stream is keeping you plenty entertained. Hopefully our stream is keeping all of y'all entertained. I am DT. I play. Y'all probably know me as the dude with green hair on stream. I'm the only person who's ever appeared on stream with green hair, so that doesn't clarify it for you. I don't know what will. But I'm in the booth solo today. Wes is out. Wes had a root canal today. Hopefully he's all drugged up and in a relaxed state of mind. Root canal's no fun. No fun. I had one 5 or 6 years ago. Not fun.
So that would work out
All right,
really well for the Jets to get
kids at home, brush and floss. Brush and teeth and floss.
And then all 89ers
Don't get it. Don't make yourself to a root
because
canal.
Debo already wants to go high ball.
Depending on what comes next.
So they might swap the 49ers thing. Debo goes to Vegas. Yeah. That'd be good.
And that's going to continue with the limp.
Yeah. It would suck for Debo, but I think he wants to get paid anyway.
Sam going to limp. No knit button though. Just wants to play. Just wants to play. Hater with his knit button. On the button though, gonna limp. Greg folds the same hand. Peter with a pretty good hand to see a free flop with.
It'll be interesting to see who Kansas
So-
City tries to get, though. They've got to get someone.
We got an assortment of hands.
That's possible. That is possible, but Devontae Adams is not.
Glad to hear it, Rebel.
Because you
Glad
go
to
in
hear
the
it.
division and you go and torch them twice a year.
TCH
Those
does
fan bases hate each other.
some good quality. We're
Every time they play
I like that they spread it out across the different card houses. The different card houses have different days for the bigger streams, and then I do believe there's 2 channels, so that if there's a need to stream 2 different games from 2 different houses, they can. So I haven't seen the Best Bet stream in a while. I used to watch it a lot before all the Texas card rooms started streaming.
MF, you have a nip one?
Oh, let's show him what's
Oh, yeah. I know. With the sentiments. You're so lucky, MF.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
did he show? All the sets.
Calling him F Lucky is just very funny. Thank you, River Rat. Greetings to you. Love you guys there. I would say I would love to make it out there, but it'd be hard for me to make it out there. One day I will. Probably for one of your tournament series, and probably with Wes. But
You're straddling for 20?
y'all had a fantastic stream that I watched the other day. I believe it was 2-5. I believe TCH does a great job of picking their commentators. Of course, I'm a little biased because they picked me. But now we have the $20 straddle on. Ty is just going to let it go. And then that's a perfect hand to squeeze with. I'm surprised. Little gun shy maybe after the 3s fiasco. Flop's the best hand. Everybody's got a whole lot of nada. Bottom pair looking real good. Now bottom 2 pair looking extra good. I don't think he's going to get any more value unless someone bluffs at this. I think Ty's just going to lead this turn, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
Both pitchers pitching well.
Yep, everyone getting out of the way. And Ty's just going to get rid of his nib button, too. I'm excited for the Trailblazer series in Austin. Speaking of Trailblazer series, I know they haven't released the structure yet, which I'm excited for. But for those of y'all that don't know, that the Trailblazer series will be their first stop will be at the new Texas Card House Social in Austin, Texas. If you haven't been there, the room's fantastic. October 16th through 28th, $2 million in guarantees. Hopefully we can have a little bit more information on that for y'all soon. But with all the series that have been showing up have been fantastic. So I imagine there are going to be tons of good tournaments for all levels, including a fantastic main event. I imagine the main event's going to be between $500,000 and $750K guaranteed. It's pretty normal for a lot of these things. But I'm excited. As someone who's specifically going to start playing more tournaments, I'm choking on my own level. These tournaments are a great introduction for me. I've just played nothing but cash my whole life, but tournaments seem like fun too. Of course, my first couple experiences playing tournaments, not great. You know, the typical bad beat stuff, but that's part of poker. A $1 million guarantee, that's a pretty good guarantee. That's a pretty good guarantee.
So he's been in with that hand for this long?
Whoever checked me. Like that, they literally put it on the
Look at player stacks, the profits. Same 4, still at the bottom. Unfortunate. Once again, still plenty of time to get those numbers changed. Plenty of action going around here too. Now we've got, it looks like we get a round of 20s on. $20 straddles. But once again, not your typical 2-5 game. plenty of action. Sam, living on Hater, waking up with the premium.
Go ahead, Nick, but
Don't think Ace King is gonna fold. Big ISO from Hater. Juicy has a nib button, trying to decentivize him from seeing a flop. Sam wants to see a flop.
You don't win it.
And I don't imagine there are two cards Sam doesn't like to see. This man loves to play. And out flops Hater.
But I like the game.
He's gonna donk lead this. See what sizing it goes. $400. That's the size of the pot. Let's see what Hater decides to do. I mean, this is just a terrible, terrible flop for Ace King. You almost wish you would rather have Ace Queen here.
You want to crit? You want to crit?
You have to think what types of hands Sam is going to do this with. And the question, and the answer to that question, it's a lot. If Sam's doing it here with bottom pair, he's most certainly going to do it with a flush draw, a straight draw. Oh, and I believe there's talks of a different variation of the Nit game being played after this one resolves. And I like what I'm hearing. I hope they do it. It's very interesting. So the Squid Game variant of the Nit game is no one gets dealt buttons, and every time you win a hand, you show your hand and you get a placard. And you do this for a fixed number of hands. Okay, 10 hands. After 10 hands, everybody who doesn't have a nit placard has to pay everyone who does for each plaque they do. So $25 a plaque. So if 3 people don't have 3 or 4 people don't have a placard, someone has 2 plaques, it's $100 from all 4. You get $400. So it's extra gambling because you really want to get that first nit button. It's a fun variation. I think it's cool. We haven't played it, or at least I haven't played it on stream yet. I hope they get a chance to play it. Ray with an ace looks pretty good when you have one of the last 2 nit buttons. MF with a better ace just throws it away. Ty, probably not going to let this hand go. 2 to Broadway. Dude with a nit button. Might even 3-bet. Nope, just wants to see a flop. Now Juicy, the last nit button holder, getting gig. Just lets it go. Just lets it go. Didn't want to fight for it. And would have flopped the best hand. Ty, of course, not going to go anywhere. Ace high, just barely in the lead. Just 7 peels off, Juicy's going to hate life. He would have won the Nit game and made money. And that is the nuts for Ty. That is, and top pair for Ray. That's just unfortunate. Ray's going to bet large here. And at this point in time, with Ray betting so large, you know he has a hand. I imagine Ty is going to want to put more chips into this pot. Not really worried about 2 diamonds. You want to put more money so that you get hands like King 10, Kings, 10s, 4s, Ace 4, Ace 10, Ace King. All aces, all these hands you want to put more money in the pot. You are so deep. And with Ray holding the nit button, he's not really going to want to let that, if he has one of those strong hands, doesn't really want to let that go either. Ty, thinking everything through. There he goes. Makes it 750. Or 675. A nice little pot builder. Ray's hand looking real bad now versus Riz. And really only beat like 10x of diamonds. A 6 would be disastrous for Ray. Ty loving it. Looking for a clean run out. That's as clean as it gets. Let's see what sizing Ty chooses. Because I imagine in this spot, I think Ray's got a big hand. So you can... A lot of his hands like these should be folding to most bets of any sizing. So I think Ty is either going to go really small to try and induce or get a call from a hand like Ray's, or go extremely large and just try and get the max from a hand like Ace King, Ace 10, Ace 4. He goes hefty, real hefty. No thought. Ray just folds.
I had an ace for a low kicker.
And you have to think though, Ray pegged his hand, Jack Queen, but
You'll see it on the street.
that check raise, I'm surprised Ray called that bet. It's so polarizing. And basically there aren't a ton of rivers that with ace-6 that you want to see. An ace you're still losing to queen jack. You're still losing to a set. A 6, you're losing to straight. You're losing to the better 2 pairs in sets. So there's not a good river for you.
You bet like 2,000 something. I can't call
I thought a small bet would have been very interesting. Like if Ty had bet really small, like $400, Ray's gonna call with everything. Ray might even raise with some of his strong hands.
Did all that just to say juicy, huh?
Yeah, man.
Still 2 left in the mid game.
Brother from another mother.
Kevin also really glad that he folded, even though he would have flopped best. Would have gotten outturned by both of the players.
If my kicker was better, then I can call it. But the kicker was too weak.
Yeah, that's possible.
This is always a dicey spots with those weak ace-x holdings. I mean, yes, you have the nit button. Yes, I think it's a mandatory open, the ace-6. I don't think you're supposed to see bet that hard. That board just heavily favors him. Still. Oh, it just releases it. Doesn't even want to fight for it. Peter, 10-9. MF with a suited jack. Ty, perfectly squeezable hand. Just gonna limp. See a flop. Juicy. With the nit button, this is gonna get raised.
Nobody's gonna beat
I believe Peter's right, but this is a slam dunk raise with a nit button. Thank you, Rebel, for finding that out. For those of y'all that are interested, Rebel says TCH Austin staff will be releasing the structures out within the next 48 hours for the Trailblazer series.
Not a defender.
Hater, getting a little speculative with the 7-6 off. Imagine this is going to bring Ty. Extra incentive because Juicy has the nit button. This will be a disaster if it's an 8-7-6 flop.
I told you last 7 starts both.
That's close. That's very close.
I wanted to take the under in this game.
2 players with a pair and an open ender. Juicy with 2 overs and a gut shot. 2 pair for these players would be disastrous. I think the hater's just going to check, yeah. Now Juicy with an open ender. I imagine someone's going to bet this turn. Whether it be hater, Ty, or Juicy. Ty not going to let anyone see free cards. Juicy cannot give this. I don't think he should give this hand up here at this junction. Question is, does he want to raise? I think raising and calling are fine. Hater might feel like he's getting a great price now to draw. He believes so too. And we're still the same 3 players to a river. There are a lot of rivers. That is Big old banana. Ty, not super comfortable with his hand. May just try and get to showdown. Let Juicy bluff if he had a hand. Because if he bets and someone raises, you're just going to get blown off your hand. And it's very easy for someone to bluff at this, have a hand that could bluff at this board. You have such tremendous showdown value, but not a lot of worse hands calling. Let's see if Juicy wants to take the bait.
DT is doing the commentary for this?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Ray. Yes, I am doing the commentary. Let's see what Juicy wants to do. Perfect. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate the shout out. I appreciate the shout out. And he does. This is the only. That's a big bet. And the way he's played, he's really representing a hand like Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack. All of these hands could take this line. Hater's suspicious. But with tie betting the turn and checking, he's got some showdown value. You would have to believe. A showdown or a pure give up. A 6 can definitely be good against Juicy. I'd be more worried about my hand versus tie.
Threw a pick right to him and I dropped it. Oh my god. And he threw it right to him.
But based on the current hands, though, if Hater calls, I don't think Ty can call. It's so hard for his hand to beat players. Hater's going to make the call, it looks like. He does. Good call by Hater. Ty just going to release.
10 high?
10 high is no good. And Ty folded the winner. He's upset now with that. Big defense. Good bluff catch by Hater. Juicy could not get that one through. I like his bet, though. I like it. I like the sizing. I like the way he played the hand. Could have very easily had a jack, which is what he was representing. Believable story.
I folded the best hand. That's big fair.
I folded the best hand.
I was worried about
Good bluff catch by Hater. Sniffing that one through. And the game continues. Still 2 remains. Ray, Kevin. Or I mean Juicy, sorry. No real names, only aliases.
Yeah, Reed's turn, Jack.
Yeah, Reed's the turn. I like it better. But I was like, I also get to see a free
I like Kevin's just call. When you raise the turn, you're representing such a thin range of hands. And with a lot of your hands, you just want to get to showdown for cheaper amounts. So if you had a hand like Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, even Jack 10, all of those hands want to put more money in, but not everything. So I think he played it well. Greg calling with Ace Jack. Ray, 9-8 suited. MF, gonna defend too. It looks like there's going to be a bunch of defense for this Nit game. See if Kevin or Juicy wants to get involved. Does not, believes that the defense will be had. And this is a great flop for the King 4 of spades. He checks his flush draw and a gut shot, kind of unclean. And wisely so, because MF has flopped top set. Ray with a gut shot. MF, when checked, you most certainly get a bet. You kind of have to. It's such a not super draw heavy board, but I mean, any 4 is a straight draw. Flush draws out there. Any 6 is a straight draw. Sam might check raise. He does. Bet you 400. Maybe folding out an ace high flush draw or hands like raise with a 9. So his gut shot becomes clean. See what MF wants to do. If he wants to just call or put it into the raise. I like call. The hand Sam's doing with, you're just so far ahead of. And you want to give him room to hang himself, which he doesn't do. And MF just rips it. on the turn. And Sam calls for.
I don't have 4-6.
What do you want? I can do twice. Fuck it, go twice.
Twice? They're running it twice to see if Sam hits. Straight draw and a flush draw versus a set.
Oh yeah. Red card.
Burn down. First river. That's a straight. That is a straight. Sam gets there on the first board. See if he can get there on the second board. And does not. They will chop it up.
Set of sevens on the bottom, straight on top.
This is now the second time Sam has run it twice. Where if he had run it once, he would have just scooped the whole pot. When he had 10s versus aces, all in pre-flop, and now with a straight draw, flush draw. Anticlimactic, and also the big game continues. I always find it interesting on people's tendencies towards running it once versus twice. Some people are always once, some people are always twice. Some people change it up depending on how they feel. Sometimes people are, if they're playing in their normal game, or run it once, but if they've been running bad lately, they'll just always run it twice. Some people are the opposite, where if they're playing the normal game, they just always run it twice, but if they're running bad, they'll just always run it once, because it's the easiest way to get unstuck. Of course, you can also get more stuck, but I, in these games, personally don't care. I will run it once or twice, whatever the other person wants to do. I just offer twice because the pots are normally for not insignificant amounts of money. I mean, that was a $5,000 or $6,000 pot. Sure, run it twice. A lot of money. $6,000 pot in a 2-5 game.
I like when they got it. I thought that was
It's crazy, like all the comeback quarterbacks, like Baker and Sam Darnold.
Cleveland is just cursed, man. That franchise is
Threefold.
I feel like I lost money on that.
Greg living in.
opportunity of going once cost.
Yeah, Sam would be up heaps if he just ran it once the whole time. But he could also be down heaps if he ran it one time. It was not a favorite in either of those hands by any means. It was a 3-1 dog in one hand, and then he was a 4-1 dog in the other hand. So don't blame him. Nut flush draw versus trips here. Sam versus Peter. Nothing else for much of anyone. Peter playing out of the rack too. Small pot though. I don't imagine this going too out of control, but I could be wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong. It's always fun to see these things. Juicy thinking about making a move. Still has his knit button. And this is a poor time. He's going to walk right into it. He's kind of walked right into it with Peter with the exact same hand, but in clubs. Free rolling. Sam going to call. Now Peter's getting a great price to call. I don't imagine either of these players have ace-10 that often. I imagine a dry 10 is going to be here a lot. So Peter getting a pretty solid price to call now.
Yeah, Mike Evans wide open.
Man, he's still playing?
Mike Evans is a
He's good.
He's a
And like a lot of your clubs are queen outs. Obviously, since you're holding the king clubs, they can't have good. Like outside of the queen, jacks, and 9 of clubs, the other clubs are pretty clean. 3 deuce of clubs, 5 of clubs, 4 of clubs. Those are all great. And 10s, based on your stack and pot, probably can't fold. So I don't blame you for calling. I would call.
He's actually better
Pair's not gonna do it.
than he was with Tom Brady.
Back in the day with Menzel.
Juicy's probably gonna shut down.
And they dropped too.
Get called in 2 spots, yeah. Sam's gonna bet. You can't let this check through, yeah. I like the bet sizing, half pot,
When he was
charge.
with Tom Brady, he just used to run the deep route all the time, and he used to go to Godwin.
Peter, not gonna make a decision. I don't think Sam's ever betting a worse flush draw here. It's just so often that someone's going to have a 10 if Sam were to have a flush draw. So Peter can probably get away from the hand at this point, having not improved. But what do I know? Maybe he just feels like gambling.
How is it being juicy can't win a hand?
I've heard that plenty of times before. Is F it, I just feel like gambling. And those, you just always want to let people gamble when they feel like gambling. Peter makes the call.
Damn, Juicy, what are we doing, man?
No bluffing.
Queen of clubs would be disastrous.
Maybe.
The only club that he could hit that. Oh, queen though.
All in 500.
Says all. I can save some money.
Oh.
Showing the missed flush draw, but he has a pair.
That good? Could be. You want flush draw too?
Oh, you saved some money.
You want me to show you?
Yeah.
Oh man, it would be mind blowing if it's a bluff.
He's got 10. Queen 10. Nice hand. Nice hand.
Get it.
Nice hand, Sam. Good pickup.
I had the same hand.
It would be a sick bluff though if he just went all in with like Jack 9 of clubs. It'd be a sick bluff. Peter only has $324. Juicy
You know what you did wrong?
got caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Bad luck.
That's why it's not coming. Ready to go. I want to play the splash card. Fuck.
You called a big bet with the flush draw. 450, right?
I'm very surprised that Peter called that bet with that flush draw. Especially with Juicy still tagged behind him. Because I'm not saying it's going to happen often, but there was a scenario where Juicy double check raises. And if he had a hand like ace-10, I would have liked that. A double check raise.
Man, I wish you would have hit that flush.
Well, if we're not a queen, it's gonna be something else.
With the queen of clubs.
I don't think Sam thought that statement through. He really would have liked it if Peter had hit the flush, but Peter had hit the flush. It wasn't the queen. He would have won. Mid game still continues. Juicy with a premium and the other nib player out may just open extremely large here. I would. $100. You get action, you get action. 125, I like it. I love this. You have a real hand. Choose extra big sizing. You have looks like you're trying to get rid of the nib button. Oh, Sam lets his suited jack go. And it's gonna work. Had he chosen the normal sizing, Sam would have seen it.
That's a good hand too.
You deserve to win that.
I would call if I had any margin on it.
I had nothing.
And Ray loses the nit game. Smudge, welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome. Wes is not here today. He had a root canal and is unable to join us in the booth today. I don't blame him. He's had a rough day with everything. Hope he's doing better. Shout out to Wes. Does a fantastic job commentating the streams. I'm very lucky that I get to join him in the booth. And then on occasions like this, get to take his place. Because I'm deemed worthy. In Wes's eyes, no one else's though. But yeah, hopefully Wes is doing good. Last I checked, he's doing good. He'll be back next week.
Yes, sir. You're first.
It's always on you.
And Peter is all in. And with the splash pot, I don't blame him. Ace high, not a bad hand to do it with. There's $200 dead dollars in the middle. You can get called by worse. Not a lot worse, but worse for sure. Peter just looking to get an exit out. No one's got anything worth calling with.
Wait, you did look? Okay.
Sam, probably not going to gamble. Hater's got a hand we're gambling with, but
285.
285. Does Ray want to gamble? Ray says gamble.
Heads up. Oh, never mind.
And we have ourselves a flip.
I went full too. Shit.
Not a good board for the 4-3. They're probably only running this once. That is Ray. Peter needs an ace or a king. What a hand. Ray gambled and it paid off. Looks like that's it for Peter. Always a pleasure to see him. Great guy, great player.
That was my money. I had to defend my money.
Ray justifying his defend with a 4-3 offsuit. Losing the Nit game picked him up $285 of someone else's money. Chasing his own money.
But when he saw a deuce, it would be like, you are very
Yeah, oh, yeah.
When I saw the deuce,
Absolutely. When I saw that,
I just went over.
Once again, guys, if this is an advertisement for Texas Poker that y'all like, I don't know what would be. This is great, fun poker where people are gambling.
This is unbelievable when you see these things. Look at this.
And when people gamble and they get there, nothing to do but smile. Oh, they made the gamble. I don't know if I would have called it a 4-3 offsuit. That's kind of a play out of the Catman book. Levi opening up the 5-3 of hearts. Get 2 calls. Ray defends the straddle with the queen 4. Flops the best hand, but we have top pair of hers, bottom pair of hers, open-ended straight draw. And if Ray makes 2 pair, he will be crushed. Magic's gonna check through. That looks like some paint. Not a great turn for Ray. Levi could probably start repping this card. Oh no, Ray just leads out, I believe. Greg looking to gamble a little bit. 4 would be, nope, makes a pair. It's gonna go check, I imagine. Oh, I like this. Greg gonna bluff hit it. This really looks like you have a hand like 7-6 of clubs. And the bluff gets caught. Good call. Good call, Ray. Not Greg's night tonight. Everything he does seems to not be working out. And that's just one of, there are just nights like that as a poker player where you seem to think everything you're doing just isn't the right move. And sometimes everything you're doing is the right move. I like the bluff. I like the sizing. Just didn't work out. I do think Levi would have stabbed at that turn if given the opportunity to. If it's gone check.
No way.
Would have been a disaster had Ray made 2 pair. Ty does not want to play his queen 4. Don't blame him. I wouldn't want to play with queen 4. Levi getting a hand upgrade here. So the 5-3 suited has the Broadway. Sam with the suited queen gonna flick out the call. Hater with the suited king on the button gonna flick out the call. Greg, see, in this slam dunk 3-bet 2-10s makes it a little small. I would have liked to see it a little larger. You're just giving such a good price for some of these guys to see flops with. Not much larger. 150. 125, 150, but larger. I think this is a pretty good flop for the 2 tens. Sam doesn't have a lot of aces, the way he's played this hand. Sam now with a flush draw, though, and 1 over. Greg, just looking to get to Showdown. Sam obliges. Does make a pair. I would like to see Greg go for a little bit of value on this river. Just went check, check. That's fine, too. Does pick up the extra dead money pre-flop, and Sam came along, so still picks up a little bit in that hand. Everybody's away from the table now. Universal bathroom break before the Nit game, I believe this is what this is. Hopefully we get another player in Peter's seat.
It skipped last time. I don't know. You can post it when he gets back. Okay. Just put him in blind for him. That's what I did last time. So,
Oh, this for the series. Yeah.
We've had a great game tonight so far. Hope everybody is enjoying themselves. I'm enjoying myself here in the booth. I've got a nice Topo Chico. Going hard. I don't even know if I'm allowed to drink in the booth. Maybe I'll try next time. I think y'all would like drunk DT. Maybe drunk DT is better for commentating. Actually, I know that for a fact. Drunk DT is definitely better for commentating. My technical analysis might go out the window, though. Just nonsense. Hater, suited ace, coming along. Ray with the Kojak from West, and MF just coming along with 2 tens in the big blind. Juicy getting a little out of line with the ace-5 offsuit. Does Ray want to gamble? Does not. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I think the 10s are good enough, more than good enough to see a flop with there. Don't fault them for folding. 10's one of those hands that people just don't like playing aggressively. But you have to kind of treat them like jacks in a sense. Where it is, 10s are a very strong hand pre-flop. I mean, you're ahead of ace king, ace queen, king queen, ace jack. You're ahead of all those hands. And when late positions open and calls happen down, there's a bunch of dead money. You could just squeezing, collect the dead money. I mean, had MF squeezed, Juicy wouldn't have squeezed, and he would have taken down all the dead money. I mean, think about all the equity you just folded. You would have folded out instead of losing 50 there. You collect that like 125 or 150 dead money. And you have a hand that's perfectly okay going heads up to a flop. Don't want to go 5 ways to flop because then you really are set mining. And that becomes one of those fine lines that people have to walk is when do I set mine, when do I go for, value, 3-betting value. Tied, limps to him in the straddle, and he's going to open up ace-jack suited. MF with the better suited ace. Just lets it go. MF, we got to work on this. I'm not... We can't just be folding these big hands. I understand that you've only lost $10, but you just have the best hand so often there. Peter having exited. These are our current player stacks. Ty, Hater, MF, and Ray all in the up. Juicy's working his way back to even. Levi, Sam, and Greg stuck still. Plenty of time, once again, for these numbers to change. Very easy. All it takes is one hand. Maybe 2. I believe they're trying to get another player on the table. I know someone was on the list.
You get answered with a question mark.
Remember this? Suited. Same color. What color? One raise to a quarter.
Much more reasonable size opening. $25. Very online grinder-esque raise sizing.
I got pocket 10 and he's 8 on mine.
You had tens?
Yeah, 2 10. I didn't call because 400. And then if I call, only
Oh, and MF does leave at this time of the night. So that makes sense. Just didn't want to get involved in a big hand. King 5 flopping big here. Flush draw 1 over. No one has much of anything. Just gonna go bet and take it. MF out of here. He always leaves at around the same time. Always right at about 8 o'clock. Streams on a slight delay. 15-minute delay, so he's out of here by now. But if there's anything he is, he's consistent. In here almost every day. Winning, losing, smile on his face. Always out of here by 8.
And it's in the middle.
Oh, that looks like a player. Let's see if the infamous B squared wants to play on the stream today. Saw he was eyeing the stacks. Greg with the 9-7 suited. Ty with the 9's dominating the 9-7 suited. Gonna bump it up. Pretty standard. Levi chooses to set mine. Sam doing the dealer's job for him, announcing his actions. Not exactly what Nines wants to see. I mean, obviously, if you saw his hands, he would want to see that. 9-7 flopping big. 9's way out in front now. Greg, the only one that likes this flop. I can see him leading this flop. It's a really small bet. Kind of setting his own price. It's gonna work. I don't imagine anyone's gonna continue. Well, hopefully soon. Greg doesn't want to hit a 7. 9's dead. Club only. That's a club. That's a good one too. It's a big bet. I'd like to see something a little smaller. Sam's gonna have one pair here just so often. And there he is.
I'm just telling you ahead of time, I probably only have like an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Oh, perfect.
Because I'm waiting for
Looks like we have new player to the game. B squared will be joining us. Let's see if that's what he chooses his name to be. It's normally what it goes by.
What time does stop streaming? At like 9:45?
Glad to see a full table, but MF's about the departure. I still believe we have another player to fill that seat too. He will just go by his real name, Britt. Always fun to see which players go by their real names or some sort of alias. Sometimes it just starts off as a joke and then it gets going. That becomes the name. I don't even know MF's real name. I've been playing with him for a while now. Everyone just calls him MF. That's what he wants to be called. I have a hard time looking Juicy in the face and calling him Juicy, though. That one's... It's easy to say when you don't talk directly to him, but just looking him in the eyes and saying, "Hey, Juicy," it's just not easy for me to do. Mainly because I just start laughing. Speaking of juicy, raising it up. And we're gonna have 4 players to a flop. All in all, not a bad flop for several of these players. Greg flopping way the best of it with top pair to open ender, probably gonna lead out. Pot size bet does block the straight, top pair when called. But is he gonna get the bet through? Doesn't want to let people see cards for free. Juicy with bottom pair does not make a speculative call, and then Hater just gets rid of his king queen. Nice pickup for Greg, no resistance.
This hand? So you win a hand, you get a button.
Oh, I'm excited. I believe they're going to play the Squid Game. Big game.
At the end of the orbit, whoever doesn't have a button.
And they were going to do exactly 1 orbit. So 9 hands. Well, 8 hands if MF doesn't show up.
Wait, say this again. So you go around.
You win a hand, you get a button.
Okay.
And in the end of the Squid Game, whoever...
The problem with this version of the game is well, it's not really a problem. It's a pro and a con. It's very easy for someone to lose more than the 200 you would lose in the other one.
Is this the same as the mid game?
It's just a little different.
But this time...
You want to collect the buttons instead of getting.
It's faster and faster because every hand.
We just go 1 orbit.
Yeah.
Everyone gets.
It is a little bit faster. I agree with that. But the problem, and the pro and con of this is that you can lose/win more than $200.
So put a button in as a splash.
Does he?
Oh, they're all going to splash the pot 200. Okay, they're still going to play the 200. All right, so they're doing a slightly different variation where everyone who doesn't have a button at the end of the orbit has to splash the pot for 200.
One orbit, yeah.
It's faster than
So that could be interesting. You have 4 people without a button. That's an $800 splash pot.
So that game can happen is
1 orbit.
it's 1 orbit. So
That's an $800 splash pot, guys.
Okay,
And
are
gals.
we doing 8 because you're missing player?
Yeah,
We only do 8.
Yeah.
So when it gets to juicy, that's the last one.
Ty, keep waking up with big hands. I wonder if this version in this lineup is going to promote extra action. Sam, waking up with kings at the right time.
Saint loves this game.
First, the player he wants to raise the most, Ty. We're going to let a suited king go. And these two are going to go to war. There's no doubt about a flop at a bare minimum is going to be seen.
How much helmet? So this will end when it gets back to you.
10s versus kings.
Basically, at the end of the orbit, we'll finish at 8 buttons.
Away they go.
The last hand will be when he's deep.
Button in the
The
flop.
last hand
Safe board for both
Everyone that
players.
doesn't have a button pays people
I'm
with the button.
gonna
Yes.
get
one guy
tricky
wins all
and
the things,
check.
everyone
I
wins the thing.
like it. I wonder if he's gonna check raise.
Well, no, there. I mean,
Oh,
if,
yeah.
if
Oh,
literally
yeah,
one
yeah.
person
Yeah,
won
you're
all
right, you're
8
right.
hands,
Yeah.
then he gets $200.
And
It's
it's
almost
like
likely you're paying like $100 or something.
Yeah,
Just
or
one
less.
someone else.
Yeah, it's so hard to win like more than 3 buttons.
Yeah, I've never seen 3.
I got 3 on my side.
Ty looks like you bet.
Yeah.
That was my first time.
And you get 20.
Ty bet a little bit, maybe a small 150, 170,
Auto raise buttons.
or 160. I can't do math. 180. I don't know what's going on. Ty bet 80. I'm sorry, I can't do math. I'm terrible at this. Sleep deprived. Sam? Not slowing down. And this isn't a terrible card for Ty. I don't believe there's 3 clubs on the board. I believe it's 7-7-5, 1 spade, 1 club, 1 heart. Second club on the turn. So,
That's how they play.
little card read error.
They say I have one.
But Ty, if he thought his hand was good on the flop, this card really shouldn't change a whole lot.
Last time.
He's already losing to Jacks, so Jacks just got better. That's, and all the,
That's how they play.
it does open up the possibility for Sam to have a flush draw.
I don't have a huge preference.
I don't think Ty wants to give up his hand yet. I mean, 10's is, outside of having a 10, this is going to be one of the better boards you get. Yeah, river. And that's a great run out for Sam with his image. No ace, no king, no queen. And I like this bet.
Yeah, no, I got you.
And once Ty goes into the blender like this, Sam's feeling great. Didn't get snapped off, so Ty doesn't have a 7 or 5s or jacks or 9s.
You don't have to show.
Ty's most likely got queens, like basically queens and 10s here. I guess 8s and 6s occasionally, but this really just feels like queens and 10s.
But it doesn't matter. Even if you show, it's only one orbit. It's not
I
like
guess you
it's
could have
like-
8-9 suited and rivered a pair, because 8-9 was a gut shot and 2 overs, and it was a double gutter on the turn.
Maybe 2-3 hands. Like that's the hands that
I
you're
mean,
showing. If you're even lucky.
if Sam were to bluff at this, I imagine it would be for this sizing too. And this is just a tough spot. Holding a 10 of clubs isn't great. A lot of the hands you want him to have are like 10-9 of clubs, 10-8 of clubs. Well, obviously not 10-8 of clubs because you block straight, or because it's a straight now. But I mean, I guess it's good to have that so he doesn't have 10-8 of clubs. But I don't think 10-8 would have check raised the flop like that. I imagine it would be more of like ace king, ace queen of clubs. Maybe ace jack of hearts, ace jack of spades. Ty makes a disciplined and good fold. Good fold. Sam shows the hand, collects the net button. Big pickup for Sam. Picks up $1,200. A little bit of collision. Now we have ourselves a dealer change. And for those of y'all that like to play here at TCH, we have this lovely promo, which I think is great. Graveyard high hands, $500 every night for the highest hand that is made between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. $500 every night. So all you have to do is make a high hand and have it hold up every night this month in October. So come, for those of y'all that like to play poker late at night, come on down. A little extra reason. You get a little lucky. Get a little luckier.
Oh, he's gone. This guy's a new picture.
You have 10s there.
Throw out 5 or the 3
Oh, yeah.
get that out of the way.
Nice hand,
Nice hand, Ty.
got it all?
Nice hand. Appreciate it.
And yeah, I think it's so we remember, so we remember like who is winning the hand. And he only saw if you win the hand anyway. Not like
Gone.
not like before when you had to cheap seats. You only saw if you win.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The player dynamic played so much into that last hand because I think on the turn Ty would have found the fold versus a lot of other players. But Ty and Sam have just so much history with each other. Leveling wars. It's won each other's money. Brett limping with the 6-3 of spades. Only person with a button is Sam. Juicy shown he would get after it in the other net game. No reason for him to change and not get after it in this net game. Greg more enamored with the game on the TV. Don't blame him. Brett gonna see a flop for sure. And flops nothing. King high, way the best of it. Juicy.
I'd have that auto raise button on.
Bestest flop, he's bluffing with the best hand.
Whoa. Against Ty, I'll put my phone pad in the battery.
Shows the best hand.
Fought him a fucking,
And there we have it.
S-class
Another
15.
player joins us.
I'm not on there again.
A new face to the game. Welcome, welcome. Let's see in a second who has joined us. Always great to see new faces on the stream. First time on the stream. It's always great to see.
So basically,
The small
and let's say at the end,
paragraph explanation of the version of the new game that's going to have to follow to everybody new who sits down at the table.
I'll pay you $25 for this.
Wow.
And then
If you don't have, then you pay per button $25. So
That's all.
225.
Yes,
Yeah, you can get two of them, and you can
and
play
so
per
far,
button.
there's only 2 buttons gone.
So
Play 2
right now
and
we
got
in the
7
middle
left.
of the game.
Is it 2-5?
Yeah.
2-5-10.
200.
We in the middle of the game with 2 buttons now.
We're
already,
2
so
buttons in.
it's up to you. You want to play it now or you can wait?
So he can deal you in.
Okay.
Wait, would have to wait a whole
Yeah, he's gonna. A true poker player will come in and play the game with only 2 buttons having given out. Corey is his name.
No, it's easy.
Easy game, easy game. Win a hand, don't worry about it. It's the easiest way to do it. Every Nick game. Make one person in charge of explaining the game every time. Probably be the dealer.
You want to wait? You can wait.
You can wait. It's only, it's only like 5 more hands.
5 more hands.
No, more than that.
Because it's counting his things. You want to not play 5 hands.
I feel like both.
Hey, watch this. And then
You can watch it
Well, I'm
anyway.
just trying to figure out, is it only one person that doesn't have it at the end, or is it just whoever doesn't
No,
have it?
It's whoever doesn't have it, and that makes what makes it great.
We have 8 of these whenever they end.
Anyone who
Tie, suited king, definitely gonna raise that. Usually save from button, then you get too active. Levi with nothing. KJ, as someone who's actually studied rocket science, I love it when people say stuff like that.
So there's 8 of us.
My undergraduate studying was aerospace engineering, and I just always get a kick when people say, "Yeah, it's not rocket science," because it's not. But the comparison is just always funny to me, because I have that little extra bit. Yeah, it's not rocket science. Seldom is rocket science. Ray 3-betting the 3s. See if Ty wants to play a little post-flop action with Ray after their last battle. And I think he will.
7 raise, 750.
Oh, and he turns his hand into a bluff. And they're going to go to battle. KJ, where'd you study AE? Where was your studies at? Pretty good flop for 3s. Ty's going to continue betting. This is not a flop that I imagine he's going to check back.
I didn't see that last player. I had to take it to the house. Yeah. I was a kicker.
7 bet, 450.
Down bet, like it. I think Ray's going to stick around. He has just enough hand to stick around. Nice. Nice. Are you utilizing your degree? Ray with the leveling war bumps it up. I like this play. Getting a little frisky. Will Ty re-bluff at it? Because Ray's definitely turning his hand into a bluff at this point. Really just trying to get a fold out of ace king, ace jack, ace 10, king jack. Ty gets away with it. I love it, KJ. Not even a little bit.
You got the fact that you try to like lose one button.
What a good pickup by Ray with 3s. Good move by Ray. Picking that up and getting his Squid Game nip button. KJ, I ended up in oil and gas, so I guess slightly related to aerospace. Only slightly. A little bit with mechanical, a little bit with fluid dynamics. That's pretty much it. Everything else out the window.
You know that. I do know that. I love those.
Out the window.
You're a 3s kind of guy.
But I'm repping a queen.
But I'm still waiting for that moment in life where someone goes, "What do you think you are, a rocket scientist?" And I can go, "Well, actually, I am." Waiting for it. Everyone says it's not rocket science, or what do you think it is, rocket science? But no one actually says, "Who do you think you are, a rocket scientist?" I'm just waiting for that one. Got 4 players to a flop now. Bottom 2 pair for Greg. Big flop with the Squid Game on. See how he chooses to play this one. On the button, when check 2, you gotta bet this. It's gonna take it down.
We've had a couple of long ones tonight. Yeah. So I mean, like towards the end when there's only 2 guys left, maybe they part distribution is dead.
And he gets that through. Best hand, takes it down, gets a button. Owes no one money.
If you don't get a button, you're paying $200.
I don't regret my education.
If you're in the game,
I chose aerospace because I wanted to design airplanes. I just regret what time I graduated and the fact that I was stubborn and didn't want to leave Texas. So it makes sense I ended up in oil and gas.
Mike Evans with another touchdown. Oh my god.
It was a top too. That's Kirk Cousin? No, Kirk's on.
Jack 7 suited, perfectly good hand for Sam.
One race 50. It's been around.
Juicy, do you watch sports?
I used to like 5 years ago.
Hater, no button. Great hand.
It's like 34, 35, I think, right? Bro, back then I was like 35.
Makes it 225. Sizing up, knowing Sam likes to get a little frisky. I don't know, KJ, what do they say about a 7-year-old airplane? See if anyone can get the punchline. Jack 7, not a bad flop. Backdoor diamonds, gut shot. Hater, best hand, ace high. And he's blocking clubs. I would like to see a bet from Hater here, holding the club. Larger side, 275. Exactly, I like it. I think Sam has just enough hand to see one more card. I mean, Hater's representing a big hand, and they're so deep. I don't think Hater's going to have Queen Jack very often, but does decide to let it go. Shows the winner, best hand. It's the same age as a 6-month-old computer.
All the flops are my flops. I play them all.
I don't know what I was expecting with that punchline.
We've seen it.
I've been raising one crazy. Like if I have a pair, because of the
I raised 3 flops.
Everybody trying to win more buttons. Brett getting out of line. He needs a button fast, I think. This may be the last hand.
I thought you were on the ace something.
Ty picking up on that. Wants to see a flop. Oh, he needs a button too. Sam's going to see a flop too.
I don't think you'd have a pair of that bullshit. How much? 115.
Yeah, I understood the reference, KJ. Aerospace tech is interesting. It's kind of it progressed so quickly last century, and then it progressed like towards the end of the last century, beginning of this one, and then it just kind of stopped. Although that's what we see in the public, right? I mean, supersonic, hypersonic flight is really what they're trying to push. That I mean, I'm not going to get too heavy in detail with what I think they're gonna is going to be the next major progression in it. But at least when I studied, a big emphasis wasn't the actual technology, but the primary technology, the computers in the airplane and stuff like that. It's really just the fuel. I mean, I guess a lot of things are looking for alternative fuels. Will Brett? Oh, Brett with the flush draw and a double gutter does make his flush, and if he can get to Showdown.
No, it's more than that, right? You remember this?
No, I don't. You were the one who was saying it was like mid-40s.
Yeah, like mid-40s.
If it's mid-40s and they score here, then they can for sure hit it.
Check. I mean, Brett's just going to go to Showdown with this.
Let's go.
You have 7 of spades, good enough for good enough.
They still earn a ticket.
6 high flash. 5.
And picks up a little cheese and a Nit token.
They earn a ticket, right?
I kind of want to go back into the field, but it's been so long since I went to school. Let's see. 13 years ago. Oh, I'm bad at math, Pete.
How long was the first time?
Yeah, 13 years ago is when I graduated.
Did you have a lower flush?
No, I had a
It's been too long. I don't remember crap. I believe that was the conclusion of the Squid Game. This one, a little less easy to figure out who won and who lost when they're resolving it.
Yeah. Is it an inning over? Okay. Still manageable. 2 runs.
2 more hands.
Oh, 2 more hands. Okay, 2 more hands. I don't know where the button is. Even though we have actual active position trackers.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You either have one or you don't.
How we play it is like if it heads up on the second to last, then if I win, then he has to play right away. Like that.
Oh, full.
So someone had to play. Rather than doing the other way. But
I always find it more interesting when one player in this
I'm not too familiar with yeah, you can suggest it.
version of the Nit game, and like 5 people lose and 1 person ends up with 5 placards type of thing.
yeah, it takes too long. Game faster.
It's a good question, Lyndon. I can't answer for everybody, but I mean a lot of players just grew up working in poker. I mean, the underground scene, there were lots of dealers and everything, and obviously when it came above ground, they didn't really need to change career paths to give them an easier way to do their career. I personally think that a lot of them, take those jobs. A lot of them are good, like part-time jobs. You're doing it as a side hustle, extra time. Dealing's great as a part-time job. You can make great money dealing as a part-time dealer. You can make great money full-time dealing. I personally am doing commentating because I want something different. I like playing. I love playing. But commentating is just another way for me to enjoy the game and look at it. That's why I do commentating. I'm certainly not doing it for the money. I'm doing my interest in this came because I wanted to know if I would be good at doing this. I'm a very technical player. Sure, I can get gambly, which I thought my strength, commentating a stream, a live stream, would be in technical breakdown. Whereas, like, Wes is a great player, but he's much more color than me. He's much more animated, and I thought we'd be a good combo, and I wanted to try it, and I enjoy it so far. I'm not saying I want to do this full time, but I like doing this every week, maybe once every week or two. It's fun. Just another way to absorb poker. Just differently. But I mean, for brushes and chip runners, sometimes it's just players who or people who want to get to a dealing position don't quite have the skill set yet, so they have to figure it out, and you just work your way up, or maybe you want to be a floor or something like that. I don't know. It's different ambitions. I mean, some people truly enjoy it. I have friends that are dealers and floors and managers that. It's one of those things where they truly enjoy what they do. They love poker. They love working in any aspect of poker they can. And it looks like we had a bluff gone wrong by Ty.
I'm not talking about like our heads.
Juicy picking off a nice bluff. I don't know. Maybe some of y'all can answer that question for me. Some of y'all in chat that are poker dealers, floors, or brushes and chip runners. I imagine some people use it as a stepping stone to their next career path, and some people genuinely what they want to do.
It was $3 off me, and then
How does it feel last time?
How does it feel? He can cheers himself.
I mean, you can ask that question for pretty much any job when you think about that. Obviously, some have easier answers than others, but Last hand of the Squid Game. Corey eagerly waiting to play. Don't blame him. See, good. When you see someone make a big bluff like that, of course you want to hop in this game. Ty needing a nit button with a perfectly fine hand, raising it up. Juicy going after time. Sam putting the red chips out there.
I'm not afraid of you anymore, Ty. I'm not afraid. You taught me all your ways.
I agree. The best way to learn to deal is getting in there and learning to deal. But in Texas, it's not. They don't send you to a dealer school. A lot of them just tell you what to do. They come back and then they work on your form, the different aspects of the game. Yeah, I agree. They do. We have top set. Oh no, I thought it was top. There's a card read error. So we have top pair now. An under pair. And a whole lot of nothing for everyone else.
4-bet 350. 7-4.
Rage coming straight out, betting his top pair. No one really has much of anything to continue with either. It's gonna get through. I don't imagine Greg getting sticky. I don't know, I'm eating my words. There's not a lot of good turns for him. That's an okay one. Ray doesn't have a lot of threes when he bets into 4 people, but he's going to have a lot of 8s. He's going to have a lot of flush draws, and he's going to have 9s, 10s, but mainly a lot of 8s. And Greg just rips it. I think Greg thinks Ray has too many flush draws here. So many flush draws, in fact, that his 6s are just way ahead. He was just looking for a safe card. Ray has quite the difficult decision. His kicker does beat 8-9 and 8-10, but he loses to 9s, Ace-8, King-8, Queen-8. Yes, Bob, it is I, the Big Zaddy DT. I'm in the commentary booth tonight. Let's see if Ray can make the right call. This is a difficult spot for him. This is a very big bet. And the way Greg has played all night is he hasn't gotten way too out of line. He's gotten a little out of line, but he hasn't pulled off any super big bluffs. Most of the hands he's shown are for value. So, and I could see Greg playing 9s like this, just fading a card. And in Greg's mind, he has the best hand. I don't doubt that. And I could easily see him thinking, because I would think I have the best hand here too, because it's just there are so many draws available.
To get another button, does he have to show his hand or no?
And Ray makes a disciplined fold. Good pickup by Greg. Picks up. It was a very nice bet by Greg. It just puts him in such a tough spot.
Hold on, let's go one at a time so we don't get it.
Yeah, it's just such a tough spot for that week 8. I like the move Greg made. I like the way he played his 6s. It's just, and it put a ton of pressure on Ray. I do like this version of the Nit game, the Squid Game, because it's guaranteed to be resolved in one order, whereas the other Nit game normally resolves within one dealer shift, but sometimes takes a little bit longer. Sometimes takes a little bit longer. And when it does take a little bit longer, it can take a lot longer. I think I've been in a couple that have been like an hour, which is kind of the upper echelon of how long I would really want a mini game to last. Because at some point in time, you kind of forget about it, and then, oh shit, 2 people have hit buttons.
You only win hands against me, huh?
Good move by Greg. I don't fault Ray for folding that hand. I wouldn't have faulted him for calling either. But it's just such a difficult call to make because there's so many hands that beat you, and there are so few hands that you're ahead of. Corey, first hand in, ace 10. Looking pretty good compared to what some of these players have been playing tonight.
So no game, right?
No.
Levi, rebetting the 5-4 suited on the button. After having lost his squid game, had to pay out a little bit. Hater gets rid of the Kojak, and heads up we go. That's a good window card. That's a good flop for the 5-4 suited. Great flop. Hands super disguised. I'm gonna go for a bet. I like the larger sizing. There's gonna be a lot of ace-x holdings. Does call. A 10 would be kind of disastrous. That's a great card, obviously, for the 5-4. He's gonna bet again. Definitely want to put more money. I would like a large bet. I like all in. I like the sizing. Most of the value here is going to be from hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, random ace-x hands. Ace queen, they caught a queen, so you just want to make sure you get all the value before the board kills your action. Oh, good on Levi. Unfortunately for Corey, loses his first hand. As we look at the player stacks now. Only 4 players in the green right now. Hater, Ray, Brett, and Juicy. No one really up peeps. Hater and Ray up a little over 2. Right about 2. Brett up 550. Juicy up almost 5. Everyone else down. So collectively throwing the party. Tie, real hand. After looking at a bunch of weird hands, Queen 10 starting to look like a premium now.
Alright, you two can play heads up.
Sam, once again, declaring that he wants to go after Ty's money, said auto call when he called the raise. Not a bad flop for the Queen 10. Can c-bet this. Of course, if you saw Sam's exact hand, you would want him to check. You would want to check. Jack 6. Ty is bluffing with the best hand. Although when Sam folds, Ty knows he has the best hand, probably. Queen high. Sam's calling so wide.
What's the under over on the game?
There's like 40 something. It's already pretty much.
I don't imagine Sam would pull the pair. I wouldn't. The one bet. Nor should you. These players play tons with him, especially Ty and Sam. They play tons with each other. The history is super important.
Oh, I have a good hand.
Brett trying to get out of the straddle. Folds.
I misread my hand.
I believe the players have agreed to the mandatory 10, which is fine.
It was 2 4s, but now it's 2 aces, right?
They look different.
There's no tell ever there on the strength of Brett's hand. I always find it funny when that happens. When someone doesn't post up line or anything and they're trying to muck, and then, oh crap, I have to. A lot better than I thought it was. Sam gonna give a little bit of action with the Queen Deuce.
2 4s look pretty good.
Surprised to see Hater check back. Sam gonna start bluffing at this now. Hater did not check back this flop to fold. So imagine he's just gonna call.
I was supposed to be in a different live stream, but I wasn't going to make it in time. Oh, really? So
Not a whole lot. He does go for a raise. He's just trying to take control of the pot. I don't really like the raise. I think Sam is going to be, all the air that Sam's going to be betting with is either going to shut down or bet again on the river, and that's where all your money's going to be made. If Sam has a hand like Queen Jack, you want to hit your 10 percent. He makes it straight, you get paid. So, nonetheless, Hater takes it down. If you're raising that turn, I kind of would have just preferred to bet a c-bet with any 2 cards on the flop. I think you can induce Sam to check raise. There's more people are going to get frisky on that flop than that turn. Ty missing out on super premium. Juicy looking down at the most premium 5-3 suited. The Juggernaut. I'm gonna get that to catch on. For those of y'all that play Magic the Gathering, that's what that references to. For those of y'all that don't, just call it the Juggernaut. Greg, 3's on the button. Calls. Brett, 9 suited in the big one calls. Four gets out the way and 3 reasonable hands going at it. 3 would be middle set for Greg and top pair it looks like for Brett. Juicy making a pair, probably gonna see bet this. Pair is normally the best hand on a flop like this. This is such a dry flop. I would like to see Greg call here. I know it's a big bet, but and with hearts in his hand, I think Brett can call or fold. I imagine call is gonna happen more, but top pair. 10 would be disastrous. That's a good card for Juicy. I wouldn't be, if I were Greg, I wouldn't be afraid of 5-4 yet. If I were Juicy though, I would still bet this. Because if you hit your hand, you want to get paid, and there's not a lot of hands that are going to raise you on this turn. A naked 10's not going to raise you. 4s might raise you, 5s might raise you, since they have blockers, but you have a 5 in your hand. Greg going nowhere with this set.
Yeah, that's good. You had the fried chicken, right?
And Brett's top pair looking real crappy right now.
I've never tried it until recently. And I was like, I'm just taking a couple pieces of chicken. She's like,
basically playing for your whole stack at this juncture.
How much is it? Like
Yeah, wisely gets out of the way. Juicy pot doing a little posturing here. Middle pair and a gut shot for this bet sizing. Probably not going to call.
I had a mixed grill from Mesa. Dude, it was really good.
I mean, Greg's hand really just is straight or a set. And you're drawing to chop versus straight. And you're in really bad shape versus set. So, Juicy just thinking his options through. Yep, wisely lets him go.
brought to you by Mesa Grill.
Out of 10.
Let me get sponsorship.
I would have liked to see Greg call there. You want to keep top pair in. That's really the disaster. When you raise, is you get people's one pair hands to fold. Yes, people can suck out on you. That's always going to happen. But you're trying to make the most money. And I think Brett would have come along for that price. And I think if Brett had made 10s and 9s up, or if Juicy had made 2 pair, I wouldn't give Juicy a 4. Obviously, I'm paying him off if a 4 comes because I don't expect him to have a lot of 5s. But you just want to let them hang themselves. You want a king to peel off. You want an ace, queen, jack to peel off. You're just so far ahead. Raising is also, once again, like I said before, raising is just never, when you have a good hand like that, raising is never terrible. Just put more money in the pot when you have the best hand.
3 full, 4 full, 5 full, 6 full.
I mean, the sizing you choose could make the raise terrible. Because you can't just go bananas and start saying all in there all the time. Nice raise and take it.
And then it takes one call for everyone to call.
Nice raise and take it with ace king suited. A lot of ace kings tonight. There haven't been. We've seen kings twice. We've seen aces once. No, twice. Ty had aces and Hader had aces. And then we've seen jacks twice. I don't think we've seen queens yet. Just a lot of players going to war with, whatever they have. Levi, suited ace. Sam with a real hand. I see a flop.
Somebody gonna grab it. Two full. 3 full, 4 full.
Let's go. Ty looking like he's reaching for at least calling chips. Yep. Juicy computer hand. Let's go. Accidentally shows the best card in his hand, the 7 of clubs. Queen 10 looking real good on this flop. Levi with a small C bet. Two aces dead. It's going to be hard for Sam to make a straight. Ty getting a little speculative. Probably wanting to tangle that price. And the straight just comes, no waiting. Sam with a hammer lock on the hand. That is not, there we go. And it's, everyone's done now. Sam, I believe Sam showed the hand anyways, despite them not playing the net game.
You know how much money you have if you only run one.
Ty's needling Sam about running it twice.
I'm never running it twice again.
You would have whacked 2 people.
Sam would have hit his straight draw against MF set, and then hit his set. He would have hit his set versus Hater's aces. Instead, they ran it twice and they dropped those spots. Indeed, Sam would probably have about $5,000 more $5,000 or $6,000 more in front of him.
I bet you on the next one twice.
Making fun of him.
How much you want to bet?
All the next one.
Sam's. I think Sam's gonna run it once the rest of the evening after that.
I don't remember what was there.
Juicy, 4-3 suited, gonna ISO. Juicy loves these suited connecting cards.
You know that, Kevin? Auto call.
7, Queen 7, computer hand. Ironically, the same suits that Kevin just had, or Juicy just had in the previous hand. Rhett's gonna come along. Corey getting a good price, but his hand's terrible.
I like to play every hand. I'm going for the 100% VPIP.
You heard it here. Sam's going for 100% VPIP. King 6 would have flopped huge. Way bigger than everyone else at the table. Hater middle pair. And check. 7-5 picking up a gut shot. Hater still with the best of it. Sam with the same gut shot. Juicy with just 4 high. Gonna start bluffing now. Kind of a weird card to start doing that at. I don't think Hater's gonna go anywhere. You got middle pair and a gut shot. Sam thinking about getting creative. He's blocking both straights. So this is probably a great hand to do it with. Bump it up, make it 750. This is the best bluff candidate. Don't have any hearts. Makes the call with red chips. Ironically, with the best hand between him and Juicy. I don't know if he knows that. I think he has a plan on taking it down on the river by fading a heart. Hater facing all of this action.
He's not used to have that many.
I think Juicy would have bet Queen Jack on the flop since the flop was rainbow. So I'd be more inclined to put Juicy towards if he does have a straight 7-8. If he doesn't, draws. But he does make the fold. And now we have Queen High versus 4 High. Awkward double gutter for Sam. Best hand got better. This is going to become who wants it most. Juicy cannot win this hand if he checks. And it's going to take a big bet to get Sam to fold. I want to know what sizing he's going to go with. He knows. This is a big bet coming through. No, it's not that big. I thought he had 2 purples in his hand. Like 750, 825. Sam having made a pair.
I missed.
Juicy's gonna show it now. Beautiful bluff. Good job. Good job on Juicy getting that bluff through. 4 high wins it.
He didn't even have a hand. He had the board. You want to call it? No.
Not a pair of sevens at the end.
How
Either a jack or an eight.
Double gutter.
I think Sam's hand would have been a perfect candidate to turn into a bluff on the turn. You're blocking both straights. Juicy doesn't have the queen, the nut straight very often, and you can check both of those hands through 7-8 and Queen Jack. You just get to see the turn for much cheaper. Someone bets you call. You get to see it for free. Hater limping the ace queen. Greg, we got pairs all around. Juicy with another pair. Just after showing 4 high, this is going to get him some action. Imagine doesn't in the small blind just makes the call. Hater might squeeze. Nope. Elects to just call. And it's going to bring Greg along.
250 is cheap for a double gutter. Take that all day. I smell a lot more.
That's quads for Juicy.
And hit.
He cannot lose this hand versus the field.
First time I played with Ty, he had a double gutter.
Actually, I can't say that because Ray can make a straight flush. All right, Ray has a very small chance of making a straight flush. I mean, Juicy's got quads, and he just showed 4 high.
He has like 7-9 or some bullshit.
FYI, I'm leaving the game like 10 minutes to my wife. She's come up here to play with me this month. So.
I'm not the boss.
No, but I just.
Ask him.
No, I just came in to fill in because you have an open spot. So.
Does make the call. I don't think there's anything other to do here than call. You want as many people in this hand as possible.
I'm only up here to get
Hater could have been speculative if you wanted to, if Juicy didn't call. But once Juicy calls, ace high's done, 4s are done now. It's probably 2 pairs or at worst going, like a pair and a flush draw, trips and a flush draw. So 9 would be disastrous. 2 of diamonds. All in all, not a bad card for Ray. Check back. Now Ray makes a flush. That's close to the running straight flush. If the 2 diamonds had been a 7 of diamonds, Juicy would be very mad. Now, how much value can Juicy get? That's the question. I think this is a spot where you want to bet small and hope it induces, because the way Ray's played this hand, it's very unlikely he has an incredibly strong hand. I like this bet sizing. Got snap called. I like the sizing.
I played it wrong.
I do agree. I think Juicy should have threw that pre-flop.
I was hoping he had a high flush.
I agree, Juicy. You bet small, induce a raise from the ace or king of diamonds.
And he has the big stack. You could have got a lot more.
Ray knowing he dodged bullets.
Oh my god. 3-run bump?
Did you bet on New York? You did?
Juicy at 3-bet, that could have been a much bigger pot. What? Still? I think any spot Juicy could have raised would have been pre-flop. I think.
No, let's be honest. I put him on a 10 if he raises me.
Appreciate it. And if I could get 5 from this side of the table, that'd be greatly appreciated also.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
No, don't apologize for giving me money.
Don't apologize for giving me money.
Wow, what?
Indeed. Or a dealer change.
He opened so big.
Yeah,
it's hard for me to It was 10 or 80.
I could have jacks easily, but then after you see the flop, you're like, oh.
Alright, I know Wes isn't here and he loves this promo. But one of the tournaments that he loves, that I said I would play in, this Friday, which I will. I'll honor my word. Is the Friday Man Super $10,000 guaranteed, 3,500 for first, $25 buy and $20 rebuys. I told him I would fire at least $65, so 1 buy and 2 rebuys. So come down, stack me. Be pretty easy. But this Friday at 6, I'll be here. Hope to see some of y'all here for that.
How did you just call the flop? I'm not that good.
I think Kevin or Juicy, pardon me, played the hand very well. Don't mind calling just pre-flop. I think he could have 3-bet and played a much bigger pot. Imagine it would have gone 3-bet, fold, call, C-bet small, then Ray might have raised, might have just called. Just made a little bit more money.
They got 2 bloops in a blast, even better.
Get the lead.
Alright, small blind, big blind.
Wow. And that guy's an incredible closer.
Yeah, he's really good.
$10 straddle. Thank you.
Hopefully we have enough time to see either one more Squid game or one more Nick game before this evening's game ends. Ray's turn with the 4-3. See if he can do the same amount of magic that Juicy did with his 4 high.
Can you imagine if
You got a whole bunch of Texas premiums going around here. 4 high, looking pretty good with the flush draw. Pair 9 or pair 10s.
All my money, bro.
So easy. That would be safe, yeah.
If turns a 9, you get all my money.
I think it's more disgusting than it would have been if the run out had been 7-6 of diamonds, and Ray would have had a straight flush. That would have been an incredibly bad beat. 2 of the clubs are dead. Ray drawn a little thin. It's just gonna go check. That's the best hand. Ray, pretty honest about his hand.
Oh, no, that's from the Nartec, yeah. So I did it at the
Showing y'all that we've had 73 hands go down so far tonight. Looking for some more. Still got a little under an hour left, about 50 minutes left with y'all. Hope y'all are enjoying y'all's time with me tonight. Been a great stream so far. Plenty of action.
I called some dude. I called with bottom pair. You did? Yeah, with bottom pair. When? In the private room. On Friday night. Who against you? Against the babyface Asian guy with glasses? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Richard. Real young guy? Richard?
I think he's from China.
No, he's Vietnamese.
Oh, he's Vietnamese?
Yeah.
Brett Lipping to ace 10.
First he goes, man, I haven't gambled, I haven't played poker in 400 days. I've been on the plane for 30 hours. He came here straight.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a long time to not play poker. That's over a year. I don't know about y'all, but I'd have trouble not playing poker for a year. Everyone's just limping on. You see another big pot.
One goes in there. No,
Ace 10 way the best of it right now, but no one would up. I believe someone has a 9. Yep. Greg coming out way in front with his middle paragon. Just leads out. Only gonna get worse. Very unlikely players have a good king. Brett getting a little speculative with his ace high. Probably with the ace of spades. Plans on bluffing spades. That's what I would imagine. That's what I would be planning on doing if I was going to make this float.
They got a guy in second. You can get insurance from him.
Turn's going to go check.
2 outs. 2 outs. A lot of the night's going to be interesting.
Greg can't get any value from another 9. He probably could get one to fold, so yeah. Imagine a bet. Best hand. Chose the 9, but it was the best hand.
Is this was it best
That's the 3. This is the last game.
Oh,
Yeah. This is the last game. Of this series.
Another good pickup for Greg.
He hasn't done anything all night. He's got to do for redemption.
So who do they play next if they win?
Easy, man. This game is
Greg's getting a little bit of momentum going after his first bit of stream didn't work out for him.
waiting for the duck to go down the
Juicy, Sam and Ty really love raising when they're coming into the pot. I don't blame them. I like doing that myself too. I think it's the best way to do it.
Small with the beard. He has a beard.
The Brewer.
oh, that's good.
Oh man, they got the run. Yeah, they got it.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
That's huge.
You are small one.
Small blind here, big 10 for you.
Sure, fired up.
C2, can you rescan your cards, please? Does it not? C2? No.
T2 needs to rescan his cards. Got to tell him no. I'm not going to rescan them.
And a runner still on second.
Whole bunch of nothing going on. The hater, lip at the button. Doesn't want to. So Greg, lip it with the good hand. Ray with it. When you get a bunch of lips, looking pretty good. And Brett, real good hand. Nice raise.
3 calls.
I do think I like the size up. Everyone just has a very weak hand. Greg's gonna have a hand like this a lot. Weaker pairs a lot. Not a great flop for a 10s versus Greg's check or lip call range. So I think you could check this back or bet small.
5 bets 100.
$100 is good. I like that. Less than half pot is good. Doesn't need to go super big. 2 overs are gonna fold out.
3 folds. 5 shows pocket turn.
Nice.
Tens are being passed around now. I actually think we've seen 10s a lot tonight. I won't mind if I get 10s all the time.
That's unbelievable, man. This
Baseball is never over until it's over. I've seen the Cubs blow a 10-run 9th inning lead.
Dude, I saw years ago the Rangers come back and blew up with 12 runs.
And 7 folds.
It's only 2 touchdowns.
Huh?
Only 2 touchdowns.
Hey man, listen, this spot is
9 raises to 30. 1 fold.
sick, man. A runner on a
Levi, getting a little frisky. I like it with the Queen Dewey.
Are you from Chicago?
2 folds.
Naperville, Illinois.
I live in Naperville.
Wow, small world. I went to Neuqua Valley High School.
4.
Okay.
Ray, wheel ace, non-suited. I like to call the ace 4 the fake aces because every time I slow peek at ace 4, suited or unsuited, it just looks like, you know what, this could be aces, but it's not. It's always ace 4.
Went to the same school. Wow.
Yeah. Nobody ever talks about the Flames.
Crazy.
Not a good flop
And then,
for anyone other than Ray.
to Texas a couple years ago.
Corey has top pair, gonna lead out. But imagine if he's gonna get met with
Oh
any
my
resistance,
God!
he's gonna release it. It's a limp spot.
Okay.
Ray, the gut shot and the nut flush draw.
I mean, I'm old.
Could have gone either ways.
Yeah.
Gets there right away, straight.
I have a horrible number. I've had several concussions.
Corey's gonna just try and get to showdown. Oh, no, he does not. He thinks Ray is drawing too often. Ray
Look at all the Mets
could go
fans at home, man.
either way.
He lived in the same city where I lived.
Yeah, Naperville, yeah. I lived in Downers Grove for a little bit. I grew up in Orland Park.
And that card may just get Corey in more trouble.
No garden fields?
I could see Corey going for some very thin value. I like the check back.
Like, is that like a last name?
I like the check back.
What's that?
Whoa, you
What is that? I'm finding
The cards that he pushed up. I'm trying to put the ace. I'm trying to put the ace. Like, no, it's not 2 ace. Doesn't even do.
I was like, am I crazy?
Yeah, you're not. You're good.
Listen, man, Ray's been doing this shit all night. That 4 on the river like that.
The oldest trick in the book.
Man, I bet you're a piece of work in Vegas.
I turned it straight. I had a nut flush draw.
Yeah, I've never been. Dude.
Yeah,
You've never been to Vegas?
You're not falling that hand.
I literally, because of work, I used to go like 4 or 5 times a year.
Yeah, same for work.
I played literally in every room.
It's an adult playground. You went to high school in Downey Grove? Oh, yeah.
No, I don't.
For a great value. Dude, Portillo's.
I know, they're getting one.
Corey,
Yeah, there's
Greg, Ty, Levi, and Sam still in the red.
I love her guys.
Still enough stream left for those players to turn it around.
Oh, really? They're not the same out here, though, are they?
It's not the same.
Levi, Ace Jack.
Yeah, it's not.
Sam just wanting to get involved now.
And the biggest thing
I think the $20 straddle's on.
No, I like both. A thin crust. I like.
Yep.
I love the thin
I like
crust.
thin crust more, man.
I do too. Everyone thinks Chicago's deep dish. Most Chicago.
Oh, this is a good. This is a great argument. Thin crust, regular crust, deep dish pizza. What do y'all like? I like the thin New York style crust pizza. So good. So good. Deep dish pizza is good too. Pan pizza's okay. I mean, all pizza's great. Let's be honest. Pizza's just great. Ace Jack fucking real big here. No one with anything else.
9 bet 60. I was thinking about it.
Juicy could get creative with the 7 of spades, but I don't think he's going to. Good timing. Everyone's just showing everybody their hands now. This is the type of poker, like real friendly poker. I'm not saying I'm gonna go off showing everyone my hand
Oh my
all the
god.
time, but everyone's watching the game. Everyone's enjoying themselves. This is a good game. No one's getting real frustrated with everything. They're trying to get each other's money, as it should be.
He didn't put anything on. Alright, Corey, small blind too, and you're also going to meet some time, so you want to get that? Yeah. Alright. How much is time? What's the order? How much is time? $12 an hour.
As I sit here in the booth, I keep looking at this. There's a bottle of Lipton white tea, raspberry tea. It's been in here for months, and I've been meaning to ask. It's expired too. But I just keep looking at it, and I keep wondering who it belongs to. I don't know why it's such an intrusive thought in my head right now. It just keeps bothering me. Who does this white tea raspberry belong to? Could I ask Wes? Lots of speculative hands out here. More speculative hands. Tyler gonna double down. Juicy just checking his option with the 5s, hoping a 5 comes free. Whole lot of nothing for everybody. 5s. The best hand. Queen 7 looking a lot better, picking up the most equity. Gonna lead out. It'd be hard for any of these hands to take a heat. It'd be bet and take it. Bet and take it. Nice little small pickup with Queen High for Corey.
I gotta go. I'll play one more. Next time, though, I'll come with the poker money and play the whole time.
Brett gonna go play out on the floor with his wife.
She had an event downtown, and so she wanted me to drive with her. So she's like,
Gonna be a great time. Always fun to see couples playing poker. I really like it when couples that play with each other aren't like super nice with each other. I really like it when they really go after each other's money. It makes for a fun interaction. Like, oh, you got me last time, I'm gonna get you this time.
I used to play the 5-10 here.
Real aggressively.
I used to live right on Racine and Harrison.
I manage a bunch of HVAC businesses across the state.
It's been a while since we've had Brett on the show.
Yes, yeah.
He did play on some of our original streams last year. Those were some wild games. Sam, looking at a premium.
Double play! Somebody go home! Go home! Yes!
Greg's real excited. I imagine. Imagine someone just scored. Ray, hand of the night, tens.
Man, these
I'm
people
sorry?
in
My
Milwaukee.
family's in the HVAC business in Austin, San Antonio.
Oh, I have a business in Austin and I have 2 businesses in Austin and 1 in San Antonio. What's the name of your company?
Discount meeting in
Not bad.
Okay. 300.
Ray bumping it up, choosing a real big sizing.
6 fold, 300. Thank you, friend.
Thanks, guys. Sorry. Next time I'm going to roll the.
Playing with you. Take care.
Get it over to
See you next time.
See if anyone wants to give Ray action.
2 calls, 300.
Sam,
Feel left out.
I'm gonna give him some action. Flops nothing. Ironically, this is the same flop when he had kings versus ties tens. See if Sam wants to try and pull the same move. Look, he is blocking 7-8 suited. Does make the discipline lay down.
You want to see that? There was a bunch of
You get involved with quads, tens, on the flop, man.
Ray showing he had the goods. Outside of ties tens versus
I was suited like king 7, I think.
versus Sam.
No king 8.
Sam wishes to get king 7 suited. That would have been trips. And then Ray would have been in real bad shape. I don't think Ray would have let those tens go to a check raise. He might have, but Sam's perfectly capable of y'all seen, as y'all have seen in the stream. Come on, guys. One more Nick game. One more Nick game. I know it's slowed down a little bit for y'all at home, but a Nick game would help pick that up. No 7 deuce game either. But I feel like the 7 deuce game has kind of fallen out of the way. People are starting to play other mini games. 7 deuce is fun, but the biggest problem with the 7 deuce game is it has to get dealt. If no one gets dealt 7 deuce, then it's just a normal poker game. There's all sorts of mini games that you can play with people in it where even though no one gets dealt 7 deuce, it looks you start playing little hands differently when people could have 7 deuce. But I mean, I like the Nick game. I like the squid game. I don't like the kill game, which we played last year on the streams. And then I don't like the small blind game. I like the small blind game better than the kill game, but I just don't like the kill game. Especially we played it for way too much money when we first started playing it. Small blind game is where whenever the button gets to you, you put amount of money on the button. The only person that can win the money on the button is the person in the small blind. So if the small blind wins a hand, they get all the money on the button. And then it creates these all sorts of weird scenarios and dynamics. I mean, at first it's not that bad. Let's say everyone's putting, $25 a hand, or $25 a hand. One orbit, it's got 225 on the button. So now the small blind has all this extra incentive to play for this money that other people can't. I've seen it get really out of control where the small blind just never won. It gets to like $500 or $600, $25 a time, and it gets really crazy. But I think it's okay. The kill games where if a player wins, they get a token, the kill token. If you're holding the kill token and you win another hand, everybody at the table pays you a bounty. Then if you win another hand, everyone pays you a bigger bounty. And then we've done it in multiple different ways where it kept going. That was terrible. We liked where it reset, but finding a good balance on how much the bounty is hard. Because the person holding the kill button just has all the incentive of the world to make the game unbearable. The Nick game is just a good balance. I like the splash pot version, and I don't. I think paying everyone out is fair, but the splash pot one creates so much action because of that dead money. And then I like the squid game variant a lot because it drives the action quickly. The game has a fixed time limit.
So it's Mets versus Phillies.
Oh, the flop best hand suck out on the turn, then river or resuck on the river. Levi going for value is going to get met with some bad news. It'd be easy for him to get away from this. He doesn't beat any value. Hater's definitely going to put a raise here. It doesn't need to be big to make it like 125, 150. Maybe you're chopping with most of the other fours. This is a big raise.
225.
I can see something smaller, 125, 150.
I think they can, but it's unlikely. If the Phillies and the Dodgers play each other, the Phillies can
Hitter, the way the hand's played, Hitter's really only representing 4. So I don't fault Levi for calling.
I want to play both, but the one is running the same day. They're really running the same.
He's just representing such a thin value. But I mean, Hater's in the straddle. He could have basically every 4. You would think he would bet 4 deuce, 10-4, ace-4 at any point in time. So, I mean, but he's still got every other 4. That's a lot of 4s. That's a lot of 4s.
Yeah,
Same weekend as
same weekend, like literally same weekend. They couldn't even move it like 2 weeks ahead, so you know.
Small blind, big blind.
Like this week I would play. Yeah.
There we have it. 5 players still in the red. Same 5. Corey, Greg, Ty, Levi, and Sam. No one stuck too bad in the stream. You know, Sam down 2,500 in a 2-5 game. 2-5-10 basically. So it's not terrible. Most of the players buying in for $1,500, $2,000 at a time. 1 buy-in. Corey, Kojak. Tied another double down hand. Juicy with 7s. The cutoff.
One of them my opener.
Best hand so far. Greg with one of his my favorite hand, 10-7. Come on, Greg, make it work. Make the 10-7 work. It's not on a 10-7 flop. King Jack way out in front. Way, way, way out in front. Probably going to be a bet and take it.
Whatever you order, I'll split it with
We'll see. I'll check the menu once it's hitting.
A little bit of nada for everybody.
They do it? That was like 40 minutes. Yeah, but they'll be closed.
You gotta put in your order now.
Huh? I can't look on my phone to see what's on the menu. They close at 10.
They have a paper menu for multi of them.
Let's talk about food lately. I kind of want some food.
I don't think they're updated too. The paper menu is not updated. Yeah, it's old. Some of the stuff on there is old.
from like 1988.
Levi reloading a little bit.
Yeah. Last time I tried to use a menu, right, and I tried to order something off of that menu, and the guy's like, we don't have it. Yeah.
When you try something else, they're like, we don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore.
What do you have?
They never have pizza.
Their pizza's nice. The margarita pizza, I had that, it was good.
Ty, been a little quiet lately. Finds a hand to open it up with. Juicy. 2 Broadway cards, gonna oblige.
Oh, wow.
Greg, are you folded? Yeah.
Hopefully you're over there just baiting me in or what?
No, we just want you to join the party.
3 ways to a flop.
I'm not like, I don't, my CPIP is somewhere on 80 to 90% tonight, so.
3 players.
Can be like the squid on that game.
Let's play a squid game next.
Where everybody's away from
I agree. Let's play a squid game next, guys.
He was leaving. He said he was leaving.
Top pair versus that flush draw.
No, he's staying now.
He's staying now?
You're just gonna go in the spot.
Oh, okay, okay.
You're the big winner, man. Here.
Don't give him credit yet. Some of these leaks with that money, that money's all fair game.
Still on the table. Look, we can get the porter.
Not a great card for Juicy. Not a great card for Ty. Probably better for Ty than Juicy. But when you're holding the nut flush draw, it makes it a lot worse for you. Check, check. And Ty banks it. Ace from space. The card he wanted to hit. Because if he was going to bluff, he would bluff at this card. I think when Juicy checks back this turn, he's going to have a lot of King Jack, Jack 10s. I think Juicy would bet Ace Jack and Queen Jack. Maybe even Jack 9, Jack 8. So I like this value bet. Going for a little bit of value. Just a terrible run out for Juicy's hand. Flopping top pair, then getting downgraded to middle. Holding the Jack of Spades doesn't really matter because you want him to have, you know, the 10 of Spades, 9 of Spades. Juicy thinking about it through. I think a lot of the hands that Ty would be bluffing with, that you think he could be bluffing with, would bet the turn. Good fold by Juicy. I think Ty just has a lot of ace X's. Ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 flush draws, ace king, ace 10. So, good fold. Good fold by Juicy.
Go with a cup of soup.
The other day. That's Eric's favorite. What'd you put
Looking for the last Squid Game.
Remember you put some tofu in the cup of noodle? Or Chinese food or something? Yeah. The hot oil from the Chinese food. What? In the room, and then you were like, "Oh."
I don't know who eats soup at a poker table, but y'all need to stop that. I don't eat soup at a poker table. Crap splashes everywhere and everything. You make a bunch of noise. Eat something you eat with a fork or your hands. Levi with jacks. Gonna 3-bet this.
9 raises to 150.
Sam with deuces. Let's it go.
Remember he was complaining that there was not enough soup? Remember? He said not enough water. Yeah.
Where are you gonna let this one go? Corey with a hand that would like to see a flop. Doesn't get to see it. One of Juicy's outs. Juicy gonna play a pot out of position. Great flop for jacks.
Man, I'm really surprised Max won that game, man. Crazy.
I like the size up. Juicy gonna have a lot of the drawing hands here. Ace deuce, ace 4, 7 6, clubs, 9. Then tons of pairs. Nice little pickup by Levi.
World Series, that'd be crazy. It's happened before. 2000.
I'll be in New York for Halloween week.
Oh, you're gonna be there? Yeah. Halloween and World Series are like right same time.
Yeah.
You remember the Astros World Series when they had
Yes,
that really crazy game against
Speaking of Astros and World Series, unfortunate for the Astros.
extra innings and whatever?
Being knocked out this early on. Houston suffered the other day. All loss. Rebel, what you're asking about are prop players, and TCH does not use prop players. So anytime you see a player, it's like a dealer or something that's playing a poker game, it's because they want to play. I know some places use prop players, but we don't have a need for that. TCH has got plenty of games they get going. Oh, usually it's the same people that start around the same time. Early on, and then you'll see a lot of the same faces in the early afternoon. But, I mean, the games here have been bumping, so no need for props here. I will not. I don't know about other places, and I do know that it's been kind of an industry standard thing for that. For some places to have props. But in Texas, people just want to play. You get a lot of people, especially at lunchtime, you get a lot of people that come on lunch break and play for like an hour or two. And that usually starts the games, and they just continue on through the evening. Here, but we got a little pot brewing here. No one with anything. Ace, queen, high, way the best hand on this flop. $200 from everybody to see the flop. I think this is the first Squid Game pot. Would make the most sense. It's not. It's just normal hand of poker. Sam taking the lead with a jack. This feels like it's going to be who wants it the most between Juicy and Sam. A delayed c-bet could go in here. You're going to get called by a jack for sure. The biggest question here is, what am I folding out? It's going to be pairs like 6s, 8s, 9s, 5s, 4s, all those little pairs, 7x. Those are the hands you want to fold out. And then the hands with equity. I mean, obviously, it's a dream scenario. You want to get called by queen 10 and get to showdown. I don't imagine Sam going anywhere. I wouldn't after making it this far. I also, Rebel, don't imagine props get the best rates here in Texas. Juicy, getting it done, makes Broadway. Not, I wouldn't be too worried about clubs. He's holding the queen of clubs. And I imagine someone with clubs would bet this flop. There's so much money in the middle. The board's so dry that you can represent a king, other than the clubs. So I imagine he's going to go for some value. I like the big sizing. This is really just charging Jack 10, Queen Jack, Ace Jack. I guess Sam could have 8-9, but the good thing about this bet is if Sam goes all in, I don't think Sam can go all in as a bluff because Juicy could have a flush here. It's just so hard for Jack 9, yeah, to be the best hand here. Good on Sam. Made the. Not a bluff, Sam. Not a bluff.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, you did it. Another bluff not through, huh?
No bluff there.
I'm gonna see it on the screen.
Kevin, be real honest with you, Sam. No bluff. That was pure value. Pure value on the river. You made the right call at the right point in time on the turn when you had the best hand. I do agree with that call, and I do agree with that fold. Juicy sizing though, real polarized. Smudge, it's not that we don't let Ahmed, and we would gladly have Ahmed. He chooses. Ahmed chooses not to play in these games.
Tilt announced. Sorry, Sam Tilt announced.
We invite him every time, and he always makes the same statement. We're too good for him. We're too good.
That's different.
That's always his response. I like Ahmed. Great guy. Juicy with another premium now. About to play another big pot.
He's gonna come in after the stream. Bing is gonna come in. Oh, in like 20 minutes. The stream is soon. Yeah, right after. That's what he said. Alright, here we go.
That's 325.
Juicy raising it up.
Never gonna let that happen again. Calling everything.
Sam's and us calling all of Kevin's bets. Probably music to his ears. I'd love it when people say I'm gonna call you all the time. Ty gonna see a flop. See if you can see a couple of diamonds. Ace and a 9 would be devastating.
Yeah.
Juicy.
Well, if next time you come,
9. Ace 9 flops. Away the best hand. I'm pretty happy with this flop. Probably wishes the jack or the 3 were a diamond, but still pretty good.
And most of the Fridays,
Check, check.
the 2-5.
I imagine the most. Ace would be disastrous for Juicy if he checks back.
For Tim, the one with the long case, he's still here or he left?
He can get you on the list. You can text him.
Small C bet. No, big C bet. Half pot. Ty gonna go nowhere with this middle pair. This hand interacts very well with Juicy's hands. The hands you're behind, outside of jacks, like queens, tens, kings. Both your cards are pretty clean. Ace jack, jacks are really the only 2 hands you're crushed by. And then if Kevin's c-betting ace king, ace queen, ace 10, you want him to hit an ace. Oh, Ahmed does join the game. Glad to have him on stream. Love to see it. It's been a while since he's been on stream. This is a bad card for Juicy. Imagine he's just going to go to Showdown. Even if you have one pair, even if I had aces, or I'd probably be happier with kings here, just simply because you block king, queen. But with aces, that main hand you want to get value from, or jack, like ace jack. I can see Juicy checking this back. Take a free look at a queen ball. This would just be hoping to blow Ty off of a jack. And I think Ty is going to have king, queen with some frequency, 7-8 with some frequency, jack 10, 9, 10 with a lot of frequency, 10s and 9s with a lot of frequency, all of those. So I don't think this bet is going to accomplish much. Big old banana. The deuce of diamonds. Ty just trying to get the Showdown. Hoping this goes. If it goes check jack, he's gonna have the best hand most of the time. I think if he checks and Juicy bets, Juicy's gonna have one pair a lot. Ty stacks in an awkward spot with this because if Juicy bets full pot, I don't think Juicy's going to be folding a lot of rivers to a bluff raise. So I may place a blocker bet here. Because if Juicy has a hand like ace king or ace queen, Juicy is ace high. I don't think ace high is Showdown value on this board. But I think Ty is going to be checking this with a lot of his really strong hands. Because we're going to have air so often. Ace queen, ace king. If we see bet the flop. But Juicy may think differently. Looks like he's going to go for a bet. Knows he can't win this at Showdown. I do think this would be a good spot to go for a bet with kings and aces. And that's what he's going to size and make it look like he has. A cautiously played aces and kings. And the story he's telling adds up. Both of those hands could check back. Big bet, which he needs to do. Ty lets it go, gets it through. Good bet by Juicy, good storytelling. I like the way he played the hand. Great job. I like the way Ty played the hand too.
Alright guys, new deal coming in. Good luck everyone. Thank you very much.
I do think I do think if he was trying to get to Showdown, he could block bet. But that comes in, then that brings in the question of what is he block betting with? Does he do it with his nutted hands too? It's kind of a hard spot to balance. Ty really just wanted to get to Showdown. Obviously, if it goes check check, he wins. And he knows it too. Like if Juicy, if you use a stage name, is not going to check back aces or kings after that action. So, well, I think it was well played by both.
Nick, game on.
I believe the Nit game, now that Ahmed is there, is going to be started soon.
After the Nick game.
Regular Nit game, not Squid Game this time.
Can you give him the buttons? The Nick buttons?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I got you.
Hopefully we can resolve this Nit game before the stream ends. We got a little bit of time left.
These are yeah, twisted.
Oh, that's bad. I don't want to.
No. I can grab it really nice. I'll put cream and cinnamon to the
Greg, looking down at a monster. Ace Queen suited gonna limp in. Ahmed, ace suited wheel ace to the Nit button. Gonna open it up. Large sizing, very large sizing. I like it. Nit button gives you a really good reason to open to larger amounts. Charge people when you have good hands, and when you have bad hands, make it look like just a little bit harder for people to. Well, just make the price a little bit not great. See? Ty folded King Jack offsuit, and that's a great hand to see a flop with, but not for that price. Juicy came to play. Queen 7 offsuit the computer hand in a 3-bet.
400.
Greg not releasing his premium holding. Don't blame him. Juicy been action all night. Ahmed gets out of the way. Doesn't have a whole lot to work with. Only really had one move left. Probably would have worked. I think Greg might have called too, but. Ace Queen high, best hand. Greg's hand looks like a good, strong Ace King high, or a strong pair, like Queens, Jacks. And this board's just all juicy. I don't think he needs to bet too big. 350.
I'm his best student. You're a great teacher.
This would be a disgusting call if Greg made it. It feels kind of bad to call him in position with his hand and then just let it go. But I mean, you're not going to make a hand very often.
600.
You can't do all this showmanship. Shows the goods. Shows the goods, gets rid of his Nit button. Collecting $500. Juicy now. The big winner tonight so far. Stam's still at the bottom. Greg recovered a little bit.
He showed it.
So.
Try to look out for your odds.
Always feels good to get rid of your Nit button first, though. Yeah, it always feels great to be the first person getting ready to nit, but normally it's something good, the ace king, something, but haven't got it done with the queen seven. No 7 deuce game.
Anybody needs a drink?
Ray, ace on the button, or
What'd you have?
close to the button. Juicy gonna call out of the small blind. Latter half of the show has been Juicy's game. Everyone else is coming along for the ride. This is the ace queen that Greg had last. Now it's on the flop. Ray flopping top pair. Good flop. And Juicy. Could see Juicy coming along for maybe not that bet sizing. That's a. You can bluff hearts. No, he's done enough bluffing. Don't think Ray would have folded.
You cannot get Ray if you hit a top pair.
Ray does love top pair. As he should, because top pair is a strong hand.
Sam big blind and
Once again, thank you for everyone who's joining me tonight for this 2-5-10 stream at TCH Houston. It's been a pleasure having y'all this evening. Great game tonight. Plenty of fun stuff going down.
What did he say? What did he say?
You got me tilted too.
I got a tilt, like, I'm like,
Ray with jacks now.
I don't know.
He bluffed me for sure.
Big side.
My Jack's.
You only got cut.
Ahmed with
It's for the
the
stream.
king.
I don't know.
A little speculative. This hit button. It always makes you want to play these hands. Ty with a great knit button hand. Taking through his options. At least gonna call. Decides on a 3-bet with the dead money in between them. Levi with a real hand. Ty, perfectly capable player. I could see Levi
High scoring game for sure.
choosing this hand. I mean, you have a nit button. Ty's a perfectly capable player.
47-ish, something like that. So it's like right there.
The real thing he needs to think about is Ray. Thinking through all of his options. Decides to let it go.
Atlanta scores.
Sam, once again after Ty's money. This is beautiful for Ray. I think
Winning a hand on my watch, Ty.
I think Ray should put another bet in. Mainly because it gives Ahmed such a good price to call. I understand why he wants to call, but Ty's with the nib button is going to be raising very light. Yes, you're going to be flipping with a lot of stuff when, but they're also, I guess they're also incredibly deep. Sam, flopping the best hand. Don't fault Ray for the call. Just call's fine. Hand plays fairly easily. Sam just firing out. Doesn't give anybody a chance to bluff at it. Ahmed hating himself. He would have flopped top 2. Ty was just bottom here. You're thinking me is ahead of flush draws.
What'd you have, Ty? I had 2 jacks.
Nice pickup for Sam.
Me too. I had 2 jacks. If it was just me and you, I would have raised you, but then he called. So I'm like.
I was gonna 3-bet the future.
That's when you were supposed to
No, man, but this
re-raise.
guy's crazy. I know, but then he.
all in there.
You don't know what to do?
Yeah.
That's why I thought you were solving. That's why I thought you were solving. You can call. No, I can't call.
It's just such a weird spot to call in because when you're set mining with a hand as strong as Jack's in the middle of a Nit game, it feels so bad because it's so often the best hand. Yes, you're gonna run into it sometimes. Sometimes. Think about it this: what if he had 10? What if Ty had 10s?
6 raises 40.
9 would have been a
9 would have been the same.
Wait. Can we open your hand?
Okay, that's right.
Hold on.
Corey, open it up to 40. Juicy gonna fold my favorite hand. Levi out of there. Ty's not in there, so Sam's not in there. That seems to be the theme. Hater with a good defending button. Or defending hand for his button.
40 to call.
We're gonna be out of there. And heads up. Two normal hands fighting.
Alright, I'm sorry, Ty. I hope you win the next hand.
Best hand got better.
No, you saved me money.
I do agree that Sam saved him money. I thought Ty was gonna bluff at it.
Do you want to get some more time? We have 3 minutes left.
Unusual bet. That is true. Levi would have flopped the nut flush draw. I do think if Levi had shoved or 4-bet, it would have been incredibly strong looking.
Yeah, but if I click it there, if I look at 1,000 and I click it, I might pull it back. Maybe not. Maybe not. What's the question?
That would have been a definitely a rough spot.
Small blind, pre-flop? Like make it like 650? No, not for the
Hater gonna come in with a raise.
2 raises. 160.
I'd go in.
160? Yes, sir.
Corey, the non-believer. It looks like a pretty clean run out for King Queen. See if Hater can get any more value. Besides, he got all the value. King Queen is gonna take it down.
Who's this guy?
Nice little pot for Hater and gets rid of his net button.
I think so. Did he have it? What the hell's going on? You're gonna put the punter in.
God, their defense.
That was a
broke it.
misbet on my side. I thought I grabbed 100.
We
I
have
thought I grabbed 110.
I've been told 2 more hands for y'all.
No, I'm
And 91 will be the last hand of the stream tonight. Hope y'all had a great time hanging out with me here. It's always a pleasure sitting here in the booth, commentating on these games for y'all.
I don't think he's gonna take that deal.
Ray, you're in for 10, okay?
Hopefully these last 2 hands just passing food or else thing like that.
Ray, give us some bread, Kevin.
That's a legitimate question. Just Kevin wants some bread.
6 raises 75.
So far, Juicy is the big winner on the ref, but that could change. Still 2 hands left. We got 4 winners tonight and 5 people losing a little bit. Corey with Jack 10 suited again. Call. Juicy with Ace King. Gonna bump it up. Sam with a pair. Oh, we have a great hand.
Can you pass me that 5? Alright, good fold.
Ray gets rid of his hand. Corey might come along. Yeah, nip button. Hand that plays easily post flop. Yeah, fair fight. 4 is way out in front. See if Juicy pulled off a big bluff with Ace King high earlier. Doesn't want to. See if Sam wants to. Jack 10 now way out in front. I believe Corey's going to place a bet here. Hard to think you don't have the best hand. It's very hard for you not to have the best hand after action checks you on the flop. But this may work out for him. Sam knows that Corey can't. I don't think Corey can fold his hand at this juncture. You made it this far. You have top pair. You have a good kicker. Juicy check through. He can have diamonds a lot. Sam can have worse tens. He could have flush draws. He could have straight draws. Don't mind the just call. Juicy getting a great price now with ace king high. Might rep diamonds. And he gets there. Oh, that's... I think this is going to go check, check, check. I can see Juicy betting, not letting action check through. But what a run out. Good catch. Does check. Does Sam want to turn his hand into a bluff? Is turning his hand into a bluff? He's trying to get people to fold the 10, and it would work. I think Corey could have considered shoving the turn to deny equity. And Juicy making it this far kind of has to call. You're getting a great price. You 3-1. You definitely didn't float to not see a showdown. Juicy might be contemplating a raise too. I don't think there's a whole lot of merit to raising. All the worst hands are going to fold. Does call. Big hand for Juicy. Juicy picking up another $2,100. So Juicy definitely now the big winner tonight. Juicy up almost 5K now, I think. A little over 5.
He called the bluff.
Like I said, the second half of the show.
He called the bluff it. He called the bluff it. You had no good intention when you called it.
I do think Juicy was going to bluff diamonds.
What's the odds?
I think Corey could have easily shipped his 10. It's going to be the best hand there so often. If he had a larger stack, I would understand calling. But you just need to deny the equity. I think Sam would have called too. I know Juicy wouldn't have called. But this will be the last hand for y'all this evening. I hope we can have another exciting one like that.
Yeah, all in.
It's so bad. It's so bad. He called the turn to bluff. Oh, it's bad.
Hater calling Juicy out for that. Kai reloading for 2,000. This game is going to easily continue out off stream. I may hop in it. A great game. Got some Texas premiums going around. Everyone limping.
Where are you from? Denver. Which part of Denver? Right in Denver.
Going 6 ways to the flop.
The good part.
Texas home don't play Denver.
But I heard the game there is good.
Monarch is good.
Yeah. Oh, Monarch is better? Okay. Check it out.
It's like an account.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Monarch. That's right. Monarch is good.
2 queens going to battle.
Baker must be fine, Baker. Oh, 27-27? Yeah, I'm not even watching this game, dude. It's a good game. I want to watch this game. It's going to be a good end. We got a whole fourth quarter left.
2 middle pairs and a bottom pair going at it.
Go ahead.
This could get interesting. It's going to be who wants it the most.
Yeah,
No one approves. This is definitely, I do believe,
he's got like 3 touchdowns. He's had a
Greg with the best hand going for a little bit of value. Ahmed could turn his hand into a bluff. Sam could turn his hand into a bluff. And both of those, I believe, would work. Queen no kicker is not a lot of showdown. Is not a lot of showdown value. I don't think Greg's betting a 5 yet.
Started over Mahomes. you have a home, it doesn't
Best hand wins.
for fantasy.
And that'll be it for us tonight. Thank you all to everyone who joined me for the stream tonight. It's been a pleasure.
He has been in the past.
Hope y'all get down here soon to come play at TCH Houston. And with that, it's DT doing the stream commentary solo tonight. And I will see you guys later.
And even Pacheco's out. So like, even
Thanks for joining me.
like the